Дорогие друзья, буквально через несколько
Dear
минут
friends, in several minutes we'll already start
в эфире рабочую сессию
to work in
5-го
live
Международного Теософского конгресса.
at the 5th International Theosophical Congress. For those who are in the hall, please
Свой мобильный телефон
switch off your mobile phone
звук.
or sound
У нас
at
идет
your
прямая
mobile phone.
трансляция с синхронным переводом на все
We
страны
have
мира.
direct live with simultaneous interpretation to all countries of the world. It's a great technical load, so we ask you not to make additional noise that would distract us.
Уважаемые участники
Dear
Конгресса,
participants of the Congress, in 4 minutes we are live. Please don't forget to switch off your mobile phones.
Минута сосредоточения.
The minute of focus.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear
уважаемые
friends, dear delegates of the Congress, we are happy to welcome everybody at the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Russia, the city of Sochi. Sochi is the city winner of the contest between Russian cities to hold the Theosophical Congress Theosophy as the achievement of great country. The 5th International Theosophical
дня рождения
takes place in 190th anniversary of HPP's birth. This is the day where we hold different events devoted to this date, and we congratulate all members of the Theosophical Society, delegates of the International Theosophical Congress, and wish fruitful work in contributing to form and to oppose in the society the system of spiritual values based on theosophical principles. With you in this constant work for the better for everyone. The main task of the Congress is first and foremost to exchange of experience between different spheres of education and culture in order to integrate theosophical knowledge. It is where we unite efforts, where we are those who take interest in theosophy, where we unite systems contributing to evolution, to scientific importance and significance of the fundamental work of H.P. Blavatsky, The Secret Doctrine. Delegates of the Congress will present in 2 days, 27th and 28th of November, their scientific works. These are theosophists from the United Kingdom, Portugal, Greece, the United States of America, Russia, and India. And today we see participants from Altai Krai, Kemerovo Oblast, Rostov Oblast, Great Novgorod, Volgodonsk, Vologda, Voronezh, Yekaterinburg, Krasnodar, Nizhny Novgorod, Ozersk, Rostov-on-Don, St. Petersburg, Sevastopol, Simferopol, Tambov, Tula, Chelyabinsk, and of course Sochi. Within the framework of the Congress, the Scientific Symposium, the Round Table, the Sacred Doctrine, the Book of the Third Millennium, Study of the Stanzas, conclusions of the International Poetry and Art Contests devoted to H.P. Blavatsky, ceremony of award of the winners of these contests, welcoming of the delegates by official persons, and opening of the international exhibition devoted to H.P. Blavatsky, opening of the children's exhibition, Children to Blavatsky, I Devote, the Theosophical Stone exhibition, and the premiere of the film Beauty is the Garment of Truth, devoted to H.P. Blavatsky. The book expedition with many books presented there. Right now we see participants from more than 20 countries of the world England, Argentina, Armenia, Belarus, India, Greece, Spain, Canada, Moldova, Mongolia, New Zealand, Pakistan, Slovenia, the US, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Philippines, Finland, and Estonia, and of course Russia, Bashkiria, Kalmykia, Karelia, Kemerovo Oblast, Krasnoyarsk region, Novosibirsk region, Rostov region, Tatarstan, and Chuvashia. Together with us in online space there is Barnaul, Bryansk, Vladivostok, Voronezh, Gorno-Altaysk, Yekaterinburg, Ivanovo, Kyiv, Konoyarsk, Krasnoyarsk, Lvov, Moscow, Nizhnekamsk, Nizhny Novgorod, Penza, Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, Pskov, Samara, St. Petersburg, Saratov, Sergeyev Posad, Sochi, Tambov, Uzhgorod, Ufa, Cheboksary, Yalta, and many other cities. Dear friends, those who have found an opportunity to come here to this hall today, we applaud to you and we welcome you fiery with hearty words. Welcome to you who are here with us. Organizers really hope that this event of such a status will open new opportunities and will be better for all members of the Congress in their scientific work in developing Theosophical movement in Russia and in the world. I wish all members of the Congress fruitful work, effective cooperation, and we thank for joint work and cooperation. So the 5th International Theosophical Congress, devoted to 119th anniversary since the birth of H.P. Blavatsky, I ask to declare it open. Dear friends, the Congress this year has been supported by Governor of Krasnodarsky Krai, the Mayor of Sochi, the Department of Krasnodarsky Krai, Culture Department of Sochi, Culture and Education Department of Sochi, Committee of Culture of the State Duma of the Russian Federation. So let me read official welcome to delegates of the Congress. Department of Information Policy of Krasnodarsky region, taking into account the great cultural importance of the event, we are ready to support you informationally. Within the framework of events of the state authorities of Krasnodarsky Krai, Deputy Head of Departure, Viktor Vladimirovich Sturin. Department of Education and Science of City Resort Sochi. Greetings to the delegates of the 5th International Theosophical Congress. Contests, international exhibition, sculpture exposition, new publications of the literature exhibition. Let us implement new socially important projects aimed at humanism and cultural activity. Such a great geography of participants of many countries of the world, from Finland to Germany, France, India, Greece, Portugal, causes a great interest towards our country and contributes to reinforcing the united social cultural space. We congratulate participants and participants of the contests. We wish all participants of this contest wish to develop and to know better. So let the enthusiasm always be in your eyes, have new opportunities, leading you to new achievements of your cultural activity. Wish fruitful work to all members of the Congress. The head of the Department of Education and Science of Municipal Authority of Sochi, Mariana Ustinova. Dear friends, I welcome participants of the International Theosophical Congress, and this symposium lets us note the importance of this event in the Russian Federation.
науки, образования и культуры на основах
uniting ideas of different spheres of the Russian culture department, regardless of their religion, regardless of their cultural adherence, is very important today. I wish you better work and dialogue with the participants from different countries, participation from different spheres of our work. Olga Nikolaeva Medvedeva. Welcome from the President of the International Association of the Chess Competitions, Karpov Anatoly Evgenovich. The International Union of Peacemaking and Humanitarian Public Association, the International Association of Peace Foundations welcomes delegates of the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Sochi. One of the main agents of peace in our land is art, and art and poetry contests, international art exhibitions, culture exhibition, exhibition of new publications, book exposition in the framework of the Congress lets us implement new socially significant projects. And we're happy with the great geography of participants from many countries of the world, delegates of Finland and Greece, Philippines, Germany, Slovenia, other countries. We congratulate you. We wish you more success. We wish you peace. President of Association, Deputy of the State Duma of Russian Federation, Anatoly Evgenovich Karpov. Congratulations from the Deputy of State Duma to organizers of the International Theosophical Congress. Dear friends, I welcome delegates of the Congress and this symposium with exhibition, with book exposition, let us develop culture and education sphere. I congratulate participants of the international poetry and art competitions devoted to H.P. Blavatsky. I wish them success in revealing their cultural potential and wish fruitful work to all the delegates. The first deputy for the Committee of Culture, Elena Grigorievna Drapeka. Dear friends, right now delegates of the Congress from different parts of the world got welcoming hearty words from the Theosophical Society, and we are grateful for everyone attentive to the International Theosophical Congress in Sochi, to those who congratulated us. The Theosophical Society of Australia, we welcome all delegates and we wish all the best for better Congress. I hope that we'll have access to life. We see that the Theosophical Society of Australia is with us, and I see Joyce Thompson, who has congratulated us from the Theosophical Society of Australia. The Theosophical Society of India, greetings from Mumbai, wishes the Theosophical Congress in Sochi all success. Let all these discussions make us rich with our ideas. Let us reinforce unity that was lacking during all these months. Arnina Rendran, trustee and home treasurer of Blavatsky in Mumbai and educational director in Virtual Center of Theosophical Studies, IDR. The Theosophical Society of India, brothers and sisters, it's a great pleasure for me to make you receive these greetings, and we wish it that it inspires all participants and enlightens them. Vinayak Pandya, President of Bombay Theosophical Society, the Theosophical Society in Colombia. Dear organizers, it's great to hear from you. For us, it's a great honor to be part of this event, and we wish even greater success to the 5th International Theosophical Congress. Let this unity of Theosophists from the whole world reinforce our flame of unity inside each of us. for every heart believing in brotherhood of humanity. Congratulate all organizers on all these events and a better inspiration for all participants, Katarina and Shahar. We know that right now they are in Madras and Chennai, and right now we hear this great Theosophical family working for the better of Theosophical Society of Greece. Dear brothers and sisters, on behalf of the Greek National Department of the Theosophical Society, we send you our greetings and better congratulations. Mr. Alexandros Vosalganas, General Secretary of Theosophical Society in Greece. Dear brothers and sisters in Russia, from the Theosophical Society of Ireland, we congratulate you on the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Russia, devoted to 190th anniversary of the birth of H.P. Blavatsky. We owe to her, and it's a great case. On behalf of all of us of the Theosophical Society in Ireland, we send you great love and better wishes, and wish success to this Congress on the 27th and 28th of November. Let the saints watch us, and this work that is on, that H.P. Blavatsky would approve. May their blessings be an auspicious event in the days ahead. Warmest fraternal for God's, Marie Harkins, Organizing Secretary of the Theosophical Society of Ireland. Maria, thank you so much. I know that you are with us today, and in Sochi, I welcome you, all our brothers. Thank you so much for these hearty words. This day for H.P. Blavatsky and for Theosophists in Russia, the Theosophical Society of Italy. Dear brothers and sisters, last year I started with great interest to watch several of your events, and I discovered all depth of how Russians interpret theosophical doctrines from Blavatsky to Kandinsky and Röhrig. And I think that it's very varied, very deep, very rich. I will watch you and wish you inspired, enlightened Congress. Roberto Reale, the Italian section of the Theosophical Society, the Canadian Theosophical Associations. Dear brothers and sisters in Russia, on behalf of all members of the Canadian Theosophical Associations, I send you our greetings and wish you all success at the Congress. Let you filled with light, love. Let this Congress inspire all delegates for this activity for which the Theosophical Society was created in order to lower the sufferings of the world. Robert Bellan, President of the Canadian Theosophical Association. The Theosophical Society of Pakistan, fraternary greetings for delegates of the International Theosophical Congress. Let love, peace, and prosperity be in the world. Let everybody be free from illness. Let all the best come to everyone. And I wish you all better 2022. Khatavan Parvani, President of the Theosophical Society of Pakistan, Karachi. Dear Mr. Parvani, we're happy to see you. We know that you've been for a long time participant of international scientific seminars of the Sacred Doctrine, and we're happy that in Pakistan there are Theosophists who study the Sacred Doctrine, and we welcome you. The Theosophical Society of Eastern and Central Africa. Dear brothers, greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. On behalf of all members from Eastern and Central Africa, I congratulate you on the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Russia and wish all delegates fruitful work in order to commemorate the 190th birth of Madame Blavatsky. Let light from her lead humanity at the path which leads to perfection. With best wishes, Narendra Shah, General Secretary of East and Central African Section. And we also have greetings from the former president of this Theosophical Society of Eastern and Central Africa. There are no those who are in the past. He congratulates us, and Mr. Navin Shah sends his warm greetings. Pan-African Theosophical Organization congratulates Mr. Navin Shah the former president of the Theosophical Society in East and Central Africa. Thank you so much. The Pan-African Theosophical Federation, dear Theosophical Society of Russia delegates and participants of the Congress, we send you greetings from the Pan-African Theosophical Federation. It's very important to congratulate and to honor life and better influence of Madam Blavatsky for all our life. We wish this Congress greater success, and we wish you to continue to spread intentionally the ancient wisdom through the vehicle of Theosophical way and Harmon Theosophy. Thomas George Davis, Pan-African Theosophical Federation Chairman, Theosophical Society at the Philippines, on behalf of the Theosophical Society of the Philippines and all members and our brothers and sisters in Russia who take part in the International Theosophical Congress in Sochi, success at this better and commemorable event that is devoted to 119th anniversary since the birth of H.P. Blavatsky. Due to not be with you physically, but we send you heartfelt greetings to all of you. Charleston Julius Romero, National President of the General Secretary of Theosophical Society in the Philippines. Theosophical Society of Scotland, I wish you to send best wishes to all participants of the Congress. There is no doubt that your unity commemorating deeds of our great guide inspire all who is present. Work of the society and work of H.P. Blavatsky contributed to assembling this metaphorical rain cloud that will one day shall precipitate, creating a heaven on earth as humanity realizes its spiritual potential. Yours fraternally, Gary Kitchell, Organizing Secretary of the Theosophical Society of Scotland, Theosophical Society of Slovenia. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome you on behalf of the Theosophical Society of Slovenia and wish you fraternally greetings, wish you light and peace that H.P. Blavatsky brought. And as well as a co-founder of the Theosophical Society of ADR, and it brought us collective light. May your work strengthen brotherly ties among us through compassion and healing much needed in our world today. Being in these challenging times, I wish you all the best, Irena Prim, Organizing Secretary of the Theosophical Society in Slovenia, Theosophical Society of Paraguay. I wish all the better to International Theosophical Congress in Sochi, Russia. We've been working together for the better of the whole world with appreciation and happy fulfillment. Antonio, CEO, Vice President, Rama Fraternidad. The Theosophical Society of Russia welcomes participants of the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Russia and welcome dear participants of the International Scientific Symposium. Ideas of uniting people of the world, accomplishing these tasks of the future brotherhood of humanity. We express our respect to H.P. Blavatsky, our great teacher, and we wish you fruitful work for the tasks of Theosophical movement. Theosophists of Blavatsky Lodge in Kemerovo, Theosophical Society of Russia, the Sophia Lodge. We welcome all Theosophists and those who are together with us. And it's important to remember with gratitude its founders and continue to implement the ideas laid down in the teachings. Wish you friendly atmosphere. The Sophia Lodge of the Theosophical Lodge in Russia, Moscow. The Theosophical Society of Russia. I welcome all participants of the Congress and pose your attention to the fact that it's a great Congress, the only great event of the Theosophical Society that is offline, not only in Russia but also in the world. All the other are by the internet, so we are unique and wish better work, best regards, Konstantin Kazaitzев, Theosophical Society and Hata Lodge, Theosophical Society of Russia. Dear friends, I welcome all participants of the International Theosophical Congress devoted to better work, to fire, to work, to enthusiasm. Chairman of Sachi Vidania, Theosophical Lodge, Igor Pavlovich Brikov, Theosophical Society of Russia, welcomes participants, and we wish all better work to participants of the International Scientific Symposium. We thank the organizers for an opportunity to touch upon ideas of H.P. Blavatsky for development of the Theosophical movement in Russia and the world. Garuda, Lodge of the Theosophical Society of Russia, Nizhny Novgorod. Dear friends, let us thank everybody that has sent these congratulations from every corner of the world personally to you. Let us thank you. Dear friends, I would like to give the floor to our guest from Prague, the Czech Republic, the founder, the head of the international organization New People. Our dear participants, I welcome you on behalf of everybody, all participants of New People community. What means new mindset and open heart. And our community
Our
continues our
society
deeds
continues the work.
started by the shiny work of H.P. Blavatsky.
We are all conscious and we are all following the way of spiritual transformation. And in the 21st century, we're focusing on the fact that Helena Petrovna Blavatsky's work, The Secret Doctrine, would have been enlightened with new light of new humanitarian values so that they bring joy, light, well-being to every one of us, so that they remain actual. And I wish it to all the participants to have a joy on your heart, smiles, great mood, success. And I thank everybody that we got together today here and for the work we do for the whole humanity. Dear Victoria, thank you very much. Dear friends, today the simultaneous translation of the Congress is being carried out by a whole team of interpreters. I would like to ask you to greet them. They are Alexandra Babko, Olga Tomchuk, Tatiana Kostenko, Sergei Nasetkin, Maria Ponomaryova, Dalia Kasanova, Yergo Turley. We thank you for all this difficult work and responsibility that you assumed in order to provide this connection with everybody who is present at the Congress, online or offline. Dear friends, I invite the president of Adamant Lodge in Russia, the head of the Moscow School of Theosophy, Vladimir Vasilievich Yari. Greetings to all the delegates of this anniversary year of Yelena Petrovna Blavatsky's birth, who was born according to Kalachakra system in the year of the white rabbit. Today we have the same opportunity to be born for knowledge. Today is the day of the white hare. This is how the energies got together. You may have a close-up of Kalachakra. The white hare is the symbol. It's a white symbol of the element ether. The hare is the symbol of knowledge, and in this combination, it means the complete knowledge. I would say the perfect knowledge. In its perfection, in its quality, they are based on the laws of truth, the absolute truth. And in this case, Yelena Petrovna Blavatsky transfers through the thought of the day a meditative idea about the mind. You can judge not according to the wise speeches, but according to the wise actions. This concentration of white hair and the energies of the century, year, we know that it's the century of the white dragon here, the year of the white bull, But this is an exoteric year. You may consider that we already live in esoteric year, the year of black tiger. We got into Scorpio constellation. The white bull is something that starts the energy of realization. It engenders. And this complete realization of the white bull 2021 brings us to the generation engendering of the new kind of consciousness, which means the birth of a new spiritual being, new spiritual man. And now, spiritually, esoterically, we are in this year of Black Tiger. We are being born. Our consciousness is being formed like a child. The bull realized this opportunity for rebirth, for rebirth of the spiritual man. The month of the yellow dog. The yellow dog here symbolizes a very important aspect. First of all, is the firmness of personality, the nidana of the dog. And the yellow color is the element of earth, which symbolizes the Buddhi nature, the spiritual nature of the earth. The dog as firmness symbolizes the personality through its firm aspiration to the truth, to the absolute truth, has a possibility of transformation of the consciousness, which means every one of us this month had this opportunity to coordinate our lower nature and higher nature, which requires knowledge and acceptance of the hierarchy structure. This is where the personality is affirmed. By the way, Buddha, the year of the white dog, got into the state of pre-purification of the personality and its firmness and wisdom and the state of samadhi. This is how this month is a unique month, and every one of us has this opportunity. The week of the red goat. The red goat symbolizes the love of spirit. All of us had to come to this day organized and started with the moment of concentration when the love of spirit opens our hearts. And the day of the white hare, as I've mentioned, it's a unique day. Plus, the white hare also has the name of Lipiki. The white hare fixes, establishes all that we perceive with our five organs of senses and gets concentrated in our sixth sense, the sense of knowledge. I wish you all luck according to these energies. Try to implement them into life. And last, I go back to our phrase of the day. You should judge on the wisdom, not according to the speeches, but according to the actions. Thank you very much. You know, when we were choosing the day, the 27th of November, of course, it was not made on purpose. And when we see that the day, the Nidana of the white hare corresponds to the birth of Yelena Petrovna Blavatsky, we have an impression that everything was concentrated in the exact place where it was meant to be. So, dear friends, we start our working session of the Congress and we invite our first lecturer who will open the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Sochi, Kolganov Sergei Vitalyevich.
Sergei Vitalyevich has graduated from candidate of Philosophical Sciences of Moscow Aviation Institute, and also he studied at the University named after Lomonosov. He has completed his thesis in philosophical sciences, and now he is a professor in the philosophical sciences and science of the East. And he is an author of many books. Also, he is a member of Russian Philosophical Society. Now he works in Moscow Aviation Institute. He is a candidate of philosophical sciences and professor of the chair of philosophy. Moscow, Kolganov Sergei Vitalyevich, Human Potential Through the Prism of Cosmic Philosophy. Dear friends, I would like, following the Aristotle, to address all participants and to remember what Aristotle told us. All friends, it's one soul, but living in different bodies. But through my report, I would like to touch upon the following topics. What is the reality of so-called religious and philosophical teachings and esotericism? Does a person currently have the appropriate potential for its transformation and improvement? Will it be enough to transform the reality? In what directions can and should this be done? And fourth, in what direction is everything really developing around? And on slides, you can see all these aspects of classical notions, of philosophical notions. The combination of thought and action, their striving for the knowledge of the higher being, equally generate both theological teachings and esoteric knowledge. Without a doubt, it is closer to religion than to philosophy. And it has its own subject and its own practical tasks, issues, tackled by esotericism from Greek word esoterikos, which means internal. Science explores only the external side of phenomena, while esotericism reveals the inner essence of things and has access to the higher spheres of the universe, recognizing the divine as the main source of knowledge. At the same time, it doesn't renounce scientific knowledge. The most important idea of reality as the inseparable unity of man and the cosmos, being the property of both Western and Eastern philosophy, and that preceded it. It is based, according to the authors of Theosophical teachings, on a doctrine hidden for the majority, which was then reproduced with less or greater distortions in many religious and philosophical teachings. I would like to know that Theosophy and the philosophy of unitotality have approached the problem of the interaction of man and the world, man and the cosmos, most consistently and deeply. The principle of analogy, rooted in the Theosophical tradition, allows it to establish those deepest connections of man with the cosmos, which in classical philosophical systems are often not even mentioned. The value of esotericism lies, first of all, in its initial anthropocosmic aspirations. Studying divine wisdom, according to the Russian philosopher Berdyaev, a person begins to feel and realize themselves as a cosmic being, a resident of the great cosmos, immeasurable in its depth and breadth. So human consciousness is, as a matter of fact, has a cosmic mission, the mission of synthesizing the macrocosmic and microcosmic. At the height of his spiritual life, according to Berdyaev, man touches the last mystery, and our very being presupposes a mystery, that is, an inexhaustible, inexpressible, bottomless depth. Theosophical knowledge also presupposes the possibility of a living touch to this mystery, life with it and in it. Let's ask ourselves how much the world we see differs from the so-called reality. This question is not an easy one, especially if we recall the Indian theory about the total power of the all-encompassing illusion, or Maya, over us, or the coup accomplished in Western philosophy by the most quoted philosopher in the world, Kaliningrad citizen Immanuel Kant. The fundamental category of Kant's philosophy is the concept of a thing in itself. All knowledge begins with experience, but it doesn't come down to experience alone. Part of our knowledge is generated by the cognitive ability itself. The world thus is divided into phenomena accessible to knowledge and unknowable things to themselves. The world of things in themselves is fundamentally inaccessible to man, and we know nothing about what they can be in themselves, but we only know their phenomena, that is, the ideas they produce in us, acting on our senses. Now, there is a lot of talk about augmented reality technologies that are implemented in production, in computer games, in particular Pokemon Go game. But Kant in the 18th century proved that we always use it in life. It is the person who paints the unknown world of things in themselves in a special way. And they turn, thanks to the forms of perception of reality peculiar to man, into things for us. And Kant explained the existence of man in the world of augmented reality so convincingly that this discovery was considered the same revolution in philosophy that Nicholas Copernicus made in astronomy. Copernicus, as we know, mathematically proved the rotation of the Earth around the Sun. However, special conclusions from this discovery were made by Western philosophers and not ordinary mortals. So the sociological surveys conducted by Russian Public Opinion Research Center on the Day of Russian Science a few years ago were quite surprising. It turned out that 32% of Russians still believe that the sun rotates around the Earth, despite all the evidence of Copernicus and the 60-year history of human spaceflight. And it is not surprising that Kant's coup didn't change the worldview of ordinary people, but it gathered a rich harvest in the ranks of the intellectual elite of the West. This led to the flowering of subjective idealism, to which the new European philosophy has been moving for a long time. It can include various schools of positivism, American pragmatism, philosophy of life, representatives of German and French existentialism, etc. And postmodernism also made a choice between the subjective vision of reality and God's providence in favor of the subject. Thoughts about the relative objectivity of the external world, about the cosmic essence of a person as a thinking subject, about the dependence of the world order arising in his head on the rhythm of cosmic processes, are beautifully set out in the books of the brilliant Indian thinker Swami Vivekananda. One should always remember, Vivekananda notes, what you don't give freedom to will never grow. Time, space, causality are external characteristics. They are like glass through which the absolute is visible. There are no qualities in the absolute itself. There are no changes, unlike the universe embracing the world of existence. Their inner center is infinite love, infinite knowledge, infinite existence. Sat Chit Ananda in Sanskrit, which means God. God, according to Vivekananda's philosophy, is the infinite cosmic mind, which is revealed in spiritual and material things. This discovery is a miracle, the reason of the manifested and unmanifested mind, and the measure of understanding is the degree of love. The present period in the development of the West as a whole is characterized by the turn of the century of spiritual culture from the cult of God to the cult of man, the human mind. The anthropological aspiration of his philosophy, which became especially important in the 20th century, leads to the conviction that knowledge about the outside world is less reliable than knowledge about oneself. One soul is the absolute reality. There is nothing that would be more reliable for us than our soul. The things of the surrounding world become known to us not because they are seen and felt, but because they are understood and comprehended by thought. Starting from Descartes' philosophical revelations, it should be noted that although we can reveal the fact that there are two substances in reality, but since only the reality of his psyche is directly given to a person, it is for them that it turns out to be the only substance, the world as a whole. Man is his soul. This idea has its origin in the philosophy of Plato and Saint Augustine, who said that the man is his soul. In world philosophy and in Descartes' philosophy in particular, its most famous problem is still being comprehended, the problem of spirit and matter. In the Platonic dialogue, sophist, which is usually referred to as the beginning of the division of reality into spirit and matter, the main emphasis is not at all on the division along the ideal material line, but along the line of sensually perceived manifested and supersensible perceived unmanifested. And that is not exactly the same thing. Nowadays, the opposition of supersensible and sensually perceived matter is no longer the prerogative of philosophy. So in 21st century, physicists analyzing the results of astronomical research came to the conclusion that the matter of the universe is no more than 4% of the mass of the universe, and the rest of the mass is a combination of dark matter energy. Matter, manifested and unmanifested, is contained in it in perplexing proportions for the human mind. For representatives of natural scientific cosmism, man is an organic part of the biosphere, or a combination of immortal atoms traveling in the vastness of the universe. And man, in the philosophy of Father Sergei Bulgakov and Nikolai Berdyaev, is a creation of God, an infinite being in its inner spiritual dimension. Yes, they said that man is a creation of God, an infinite being in its inner spiritual dimension. A person in his external manifestation in the objective world wears a modest disguise of a small particle of the universe, and at first glance, his existence is exhausted by this external nature of him. In fact, what is called man, there is something immeasurably greater and qualitatively quite different than a piece of the world. It is a hidden world of great, potentially infinite chaotic forces, externally shackled in the modest framework, and its underground depth has little effect on its external appearance, as the interior of a huge mine looks like a small opening of descent connecting it with the bright familiar world of the Earth's surface. Reality for such an infinite person is something like a Play-Doh, which is clearly expressed in the approaches to reality rooted in American pragmatism, which asserts that since the world is unknowable, we have every right to imagine the world as we like, to think what we want, and to consider any statement we like to be true. Reality, the representatives of the main American philosophy state, is absolutely moldable by using imagination. We can give it any form. All coaches, all positivists say like this: the ability to totally transform the reality is currently increasing dramatically for individual groups of people obsessed with a common idea and for single passions. A serious obstacle to this process so far is the system of fixed beliefs, which the American philosopher Charles Peirce wrote about. In the form of approaches to reality fixed in society based on the strong power of individual powerful organizations such as the state or the church. Those are fixed approaches to reality based on individual powerful organizations such as state or the church. The third world of objectified knowledge described by Karl Popper can also be considered a certain limiter for serious metamorphosis in people's lifestyle, which is catastrophically eroded by huge flows of information in the present. Karl Popper has this context of conception of third world. Here it is worth quoting the words from the October speech of the Russian president. Mr. Putin, who appreciated the advantages of the ideology of healthy conservatism as an important deterrent, warning against a serious mistake in determining the further development strategy of the country and the entire earthly civilization. He quoted in his speech the words of Berdyaev, that healthy conservatism prevents going back and down to chaos. But the upcoming lifestyle changes will not take long to wait. Whatever our future looks like, we have already entered it by combining material and spiritual nature with the help of cybernetics and information technology. The existence of civilization is a continuous material and spiritual process. Like material life, the world of images has its own structure, space, and time, rhythm, depending on the interaction of social and natural factors. This world is the informational reality of society, and we are increasingly using various transformational technologies to transfer objects from one level to another, from the subject plane to the spiritual plane, the one of energy and transformation and information, in accordance with the needs of a person, while changing the spatial and temporal characteristics of the object. The path to the energies of the cosmos is laid out in various ways, including through computer systems, which leads to integration of engineering and wearable technologies, the implementation of ancient magical technologies, their combination with new energy and information approaches. The man has been trying for a long time to force higher spiritual forces to act in line with their interests. In magicism, wrote the Russian well-known theologian Alexander Mann. He said, there is a hidden spiritual tendency that is rooted in the original sin of mankind, to put oneself in the center of the universe and force its forces to serve oneself. The power of the representatives of the human race is great. Regarding digital technologies, of course, they are kind of magical. So the power of representatives of the human race is great, and their potential is truly all-encompassing. This is clearly manifested in the phenomenon of Kriya Shakti. Kriya Shakti, as explained by its nature in the secret doctrine by Helena Petrovna. She said, it is the mysterious power of thought, giving it the ability to produce external perceptible phenomenal effects through its inherent energy. The ancients claimed that every thought will manifest itself externally if attention is strongly focused on it. Similarly, intense desire will cause the desired effect. That mysterious and divine power latent in the will of every person, which, if it's not brought to life, is strained and developed through yoga exercises, remains dormant in 99,099 people out of million, and thus it becomes atrophied. The science of psychology also studies the most powerful effects of a person on the processes taking place in the world around them and manifested in the phenomenon of synchronicity. What does it mean, synchronicity? Synchronicity means coincidences that are so unusual and significant that they can hardly be attributed to mere chance. For example, when we learn a new strange word and then hear it on the news a few hours later, or when we think about an unusual and unclear topic and then notice that other people are also talking about it. However, there is a kind of synchronicity that is notable for the obvious connection of events occurring deep in the human psyche. A classical example is the story of the life of Carl Gustav Jung. Jung had a patient, and once she was telling the famous psychoanalyst her dream associated with a scarabæus beetle. At that moment, something knocked on the window, and Jung saw a golden green beetle on the other side of the glass. This was the only time a scarabæus appeared in Carl Jung's window. The woman was so stunned that from that moment, her reaction to treatment greatly improved. Carl Gustav Jung encountered such significant coincidences many times during psychotherapeutic work and noted that they almost always accompanied periods of emotional tension and transformation. Since the great psychologist couldn't explain what happens deep in the psyche that can cause events or a series of events in the physical world, he suggested studying some new principle, which he called acausal, that is unsynchronous, that is located outside of causal connections. When Jung first expressed this idea, most physicists didn't take it seriously, although the outstanding physicist of the time, Wolfgang Pauli, considered this idea sufficiently significant to become a co-author of Carl Gustav Jung's book, Interpretation of the Jungian Nature and Soul. Another physicist who is serious about synchronicity was David Peat, and he believed that synchronicities of the Jungian type are not only real, but also offer another proof of the implicit order of things in nature. If there is no division between mind and matter in the implicit order on the basis of which all things arise, then we can expect that reality can also be permeated with traces of this deep connection. According to Pete, when we experience synchronicity, what we actually experience is the human mind acting for a moment in its true natural order and spreading everywhere in society and nature, moving through the ranks of increasing complexity, reaching the source of mind and matter. It is an amazing idea. Indeed, all our sound preconceptions about the world we observe are based on the premise that subjective and objective reality are too much separated. That's why synchronicities seem so confusing and incomprehensible to us. But if, after all, there is no separation between the physical world and our internal mental processes, then we must be ready to change something more than our usual understanding of the universe. So the predicted and implied consequences are simply stunning. An implicit consequence of this is that objective reality is more like a dream than we once suspected. Of course, as soon as you wake up, you will realize that synchronicity is not that strange at all, because there is no real difference between your inner self and the outer reality of sleep. We come to understand that the obvious separation of various objects in a dream is also an illusion, because everything is created by a deeper and fundamental order, the indestructible integrity of your own subconscious mind, which perceives all this integrity adequately. If there is no division into the mental and physical worlds, the same qualities apply to objective reality. According to Pete, this doesn't mean that material universe is an illusion, because both the implicit and the manifested play a role in creating reality, which is not always observed by us. According to Pete, our I lives only as an aspect of a more subtle movement that includes the order of the whole consciousness. This is the nature of the deep connection between all things in the holographic universe. Regarding holographic universe, on this slide, you can see what is this like.
Так что касается принципа синхроничности,
regarding the principle of synchronicity, I would like to complete this aspect. Especially, it's expressed in modified change of consciousness. We are all one with you. These studies indicate to us that everything we perceive is of the same order. We are inextricably linked with the universe. We exist according to its laws, and in essence, we are this very universe. We are boundless and omnipotent. The phenomenon of synchronicity is especially manifest in altered states of consciousness. So, based on the observations of psychologists studying meditative states of consciousness, synchronous events occur more often when we meditate. One rule of the matrix really does operate in it. It mixes two worlds, creating digital copies of objects and allowing you to work remotely in a mixed reality. Recently, one of the largest and most famous companies in the world, Facebook, was renamed Meta Platforms. After that, Microsoft announced the creation of a metaverse for joint work in virtual reality with 3D avatars. In the year 2020, 2022, the universe will be integrated into the Microsoft Teams remote collaboration service. Microsoft wants to use the technology of holoportation in its universe, with the help of which people will appear in the virtual environment as themselves. A person creates their own avatar and interacts with friends and relatives in the virtual world. There, they can safely hug and kiss and walk without gloves and without fear of anything. The main similarities between Facebook and Microsoft are the presence of a large user base in their ecosystems. Interest in the metaverse was awakened largely due to pandemic. When employees began to communicate via Zoom, an idea appeared to expand the video conferencing services to fully fledged virtual offices. In general, the metaverse is a 3D environment in real time. The metaverse can be considered as a special case of the multiverse. This word first appeared in the famous American philosopher and psychologist William James. The first idea of the metaverse appeared in 1992 in the novel Avalanche by Neil Stevenson. The book tells us that in the 21st century on Earth, all power has been transferred to several ecosystem states. Here, in addition to the real world, there will be also a virtual world. There are many concepts of the metaverse, but the most famous of them belongs to the investor Matthew Ball. When Facebook co-founder Mark Zuckerberg announced his intention to create a metaverse in July 2021, he noted that it would take 5 to 10 years to develop it. It will be worth the effort that will be invested in it. Also, Russians are also interested in such companies. The metaverse is created and founded in 2018 by billionaire Mikhail Prokhorov, Sensorium Galaxy. And Mark Zuckerberg said that it will take 5 to 10 years to implement all those ideas of metaverse. All products will be represented in digital copies of all things. Also, in the metaverse, there will be a virtual fitting room where clothes will be combined with accessories created for all sizes of a particular person. Blockchain technology will help people protect the rights and to digital property. Virtual real estate and the land of the metaverse. In general, the metaverse is a vision in which direction the internet can develop further. Mark Zuckerberg plans to create a 3-dimensional internet caused a wave of interest in similar projects or other companies. So, as I said before, Mikhail Prokhorov created a company, Sensorium Galaxy, in 2018, and currently 3 worlds are being developed in this Sensorium Galaxy: Starship, Star Navigation Vessel, Motion, Undersea Kingdom for meditation, and Prism, a world dedicated to music where performances of digital copies of famous performers take place. One of the key functions of the mobile application is augmented reality. The avatar can dance in a real room or on the street. The world of motion will be devoted to spiritual practices and meditations. Beta testing of the virtual worlds of Prism and Motion began in April 2021. Another outstanding Russian project of the state Asgardia. Asgardians are the inhabitants of Asgardia, are the race of humanoid beings possessing highly developed technologies resembling magic and sorcery, on which their entire civilization is based. Asgardia is the first space state which was created 5 years ago. Its president is the head of the Russian defense concern Almaz-Antey, developer of world-famous air defense systems such as S-300, S-400, VTS, S-500, and S-550. His name is Igor Ashurbeli. Currently, there are more than 1 million citizens of Asgardia. This state, immediately after its creation, began to engage in space research. In general, all tools are created or are being created that can be called walls of decompensated matter. As Alexandra Kollontai, the first female minister of Soviet Russia, said, a man with a fantasy lives 100 lives at once. In the Marvel universe and in the DC universe and films based on these comics, there is a bizarre interweaving of breakthrough technologies and also good old-fashioned magic. In the real world, technologies are developing so rapidly that they are steadily bringing us closer to the moment when they will be completely comparable to the instantaneous magical transformation of reality in terms of their impact. Clarke's third law describing the world of the future says that any sufficiently developed technology will be indistinguishable from magic, and this will happen at point X, at the point of the so-called technological singularity. This is the hypothetical threshold limit of explosive growth in the speed of scientific and technological progress, when technologies will be able to improve themselves and people simply will not be able to follow the development of progress because of its extremely high speed. It involves the integration of a person and a computer. The passage of the threshold of technological singularity by mankind is attributed by various prognostic models to the period from 2027 to 2045. So this beautiful knowledge will be accessible to many, but based on a different background. But the question, shall we become more spiritual ones? So there are, for example, Ray Kurzweil tells us that in 2045 we'll reach intellectual singularity. So this will be the threshold of intellectual horizon. And I hope that our Theosophical Congress will mark the beginning of the creation of the universe of Theosophy, a real universe of Theosophy. It will be a universe of integral knowledge, free Theosophy, of the creator of the first comprehensive system of Russian philosophy, Vladimir Solovyov, which is based on eternal traditional values laid down by the philosophy of all mankind, expressed in several aspects. So Vladimir Sergeyevich Solovyov created the first philosophical system, which will be based on the tradition of triunity, on the ontological sense as the unity of God, man, and the cosmos, in the anthropological sense through the unity of truth, God, goodness, and beauty as the orientation of human line, in epistemological as the unity of three types of knowledge: empirical science, rational philosophy, and mystical religion, which is achieved by intuition, faith, through establishing contact with the unique almighty. It will be universe of everything that Helena Petrovna dreamed of in the 19th century, and it will be based on the principle of universal brotherhood without racial, sexual, or national differences. And this will be a worthy contribution to the celebration of the Theosophical Society founders' 190th birth anniversary. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, thank you for your attention.
Mr. Sergei Kolganov, thank you so much for this topic of scientific meaning of this theosophical part in our Russian knowledge is a role correcting main directions of Russian mind and our spiritual search. It's a very useful split you made, and I'd like to note that you said karma. Maya or karma, do they differ, if we say, for the future? Because in philosophy, karma is actually Maya. So thank you. Dear friends, we welcome our colleague from the United States of America, Pablo Center, PhD in Biology, Theosophical Society of Argentina, USA, California. Pablo Center was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, PhD in Biology, field of molecular biology, member of the Theosophical Society of Argentina since 1996. He lived and worked in the international headquarters of the Theosophical Society in Adyar, India, the National Center of the Theosophical Society of America. He currently works at the Croton Theosophical Institute in Ojai, California, in the field of Theosophical education. International speaker, presented programs and retreats in India, Europe, Oceania, and the three Americas. His books have been published in Spanish and English. The latest book is The Evolution of High Consciousness, Doctor of Philosophy in Biology, Theosophical Society of Argentina, USA, California, Santa Pablo, with his report H.P. Blavatsky and the Foundation of Quantum Physics. So we invite you.
I want to share with you how the teachings that Blavatsky gave in the 1880s were really setting the foundation for what we know today as quantum mechanics. In quantum mechanics, the idea is that the atoms and especially the subatomic particles don't follow the same rules or laws that the macrocosmic aspect of life follows. By macrocosmic, I'm referring from the scientific point of view, the things that we can
Коллеги, у
perceive
нас
with
нет
our senses
русского
and
перевода.
bigger than that. So there are laws that apply to the very small, which are different to the laws that apply to the rest of manifestation, let's say. And Blavatsky said this. She wrote, the atoms in psychospiritual, not physical unit, act under laws of their own. Now, when she used the word atom, we need to understand the context, because sometimes she was using this word in the way that scientists did for what we all understand as atoms. But since the word atom means non-divisible, and Blavatsky, as we are going to see, postulated that the atom was divisible, sometimes she refused to call that particle atom. And she said there are true indivisible particles on the physical plane, and those are the true atoms. And when we get there, these particles cannot be said to be material any longer. This, as we are going to see, quite in line with what quantum physics is discovering. So this theory of quantum mechanics has some postulates or some features. I'm going to take some of them, which are the ones about which Blavatsky spoke decades before quantum physics began to develop. So basically, it's a fundamental theory, physics, that provides a description of the physical properties of nature at the scale, so at a very small scale, as I said. Now, when Blavatsky was writing in the 1880s, concept scientific is that it was like an extremely small particle which could not be subdivided or created or destroyed because it didn't have any parts. And this is why this was called atom, which is to be one particular element. Were supposed to be identical in size, mass, etc. This came from a model proposed by a scientist, Adamant, in 1807. And in the 1880s, when Blavatsky accepted view, 1988, Blavatsky challenged this science. Then she moved on and said, and these sub-atoms, they took to divisibility, and thus infinitum. So existed is actually subatomic particles, and those subatomic particles are also even more fundamental particles. And she said, in the Theosophical view, once you get to the ultimate physical particle, which cannot be subdivided any longer without moving on to the next plane, because if you a particle and you divide it, then you have you can say that within the physical plane there is an ultimate, but even that particle can be divided, and then it resolves itself in another kind of. So later, about 10 years after Blavatsky published, they discovered there were associated to the atom. He discovered what would be related. But his model of the atom is called embedded in this sphere, this little ball, the ball being positive and the electrons being negative. It took science to was further divisible. In 1920, the proton and eventually, before the quarks were discovered, the quarks were atomic particles that compose the neutron. This was another possibility that science discovered years after we wrote about this in The Secret Doctrine. So one of the features of quantum mechanics is that it is this subatomic move or impulse. Now remember that reading about this was thought to be just a solid, indivisible little ball having internal structure with energy and internal movement. But Blavatsky challenged that idea. Says that in all cases, what matter as would be motionless and impenetrable and purposes, but particles which is so rapid that to the physical eye, the body seems absolutely different. But to physical is good. So Blavatsky was aware that he could not accept this view. The scientific view was very different. But today we know that Blavatsky was right and the scientists were wrong, that there is the system, motion and vibration, even in the, for example. So the idea of motion within the atom came atom contains a small nucleus, and that the electrons are not the electron. And now Rutherford discovered that the electrons with the negative charge were which had positive charges, and they were moving around. It took a while to discover that the electrons were moving in was even refined, that idea was refined, and now the distributed in orbitals, as they are called. The idea of movement within the atom came about 14, 15 years after Blavatsky wrote. And that this energy that is moving the atoms is actually a universal principle. Every atom, an aggregate of atoms or a single unit, trace to one unit or universal life. The occultists postulate that there is a universal vital independent of our matter, which universal vital principle only on the energy. That is how this became a scientific term. It was only in the 1930s that Fermi specific so energy now quantum mechanics also establishes that the fundamental of science says they are the reason and this particle move in say inches or whatever the case is, and in that motion they transfer energy, and that's what we call the force. So each of the forces of nature is supposed to be actually carried, manifested, expressed by a particular specific. This is what quantum mechanics postulates. And the doctrine, she was already, and she was trying to aware from the truth. She was saying it is the so-called force. The future specific name, bosons, for example, this force is substance So even though we can say that percent spiritual philosophy, in the theosophical view, substance or consciousness, they are two inseparable aspects of. So the forces are material, and matter has energy, and both matter and energy are expressions of consciousness. In when Blavatsky describes the ultimate atoms in the physical plane, on the physical plane, she says that they are psychospheres, consciousness they are, which is being suspected that work with quantum physics. So she was saying here, this is a process of actually particles moving. Now she did have a naive view of what is. She wasn't talking about substance as scientists knew it, and she made clear when she said, not really under as matter in any of the states known to physical science. To put it more clearly, none of these forces, so either solid gases, about a loop, because it's longer liquid. This is actually called today, there is a fourth form of state of matter, which is plasma, which is a where ions are separated in their positive and negative charges. And this is also what we say. We, as I mentioned, we have given these names of bosons, etc. to this kind by science at the time. This is what the field theory presented or developed in the second half of the 20th century. Many one tiny bubbles with better energy field. So even though they still use the word particle, subatomic. Inside this, mean another word. They mean, especially in the field theory, they mean an energy. It's a form of energy. It's not. This again was written that she was saying, we read the first part of this quote earlier, the atom is subatomic particles, which are again divisible, resolves matter into simple centers of force. That is, precludes the possibility of conceiving matter as an object with substance. This is a very when we get closer to, we don't have matter any longer. Mass is an effect produced by this field, the Higgs fields, for example. Doesn't have any meaning. Position in space it's not really, cannot really be pointed until we freeze that particular energy in a particular. secret doctrine. And the is that Blavatsky questioned that gravity was a force. She, of course, accepted limitation, but she said this is not. Now, this is different. Even today, scientists are trying to go and solve this problem because they say that there are fundamental forces in nature. The strong force that keeps the nucleus of the atoms together, the weak force, activity, electromagnetic force, even the fourth one is the gravitation. Now, the standard model of quantum physics explain three electromagnetic, the strong, and the weak forces. They have found the particle that everything is, but they have not been able to find a particle that carries the force of gravity. They put and therefore gravity does not really fit in quantum. In scientists, eventually we will find the gravity. But what is not really a force. And she in one quote where she says, this is still part of science, the most familiar force in our everyday lives. And gravity is not part of the standard model. Model has proved to be. So now to Blavatsky's quote, she said that force, and she said that such magnetism exists in is as that gravitation does not. Not in the way of science. So she foresaw the problem that physicists find today, inability and the theory of relativity, the theory of gravity, with the quantum. If we can explain gravity in terms of the other forces of nature, and instead of gravity, we cannot really find, or we cannot find from a quantic point of view, the particle that you can see how Blavatsky has said very specific about the nature of the atoms and the world of subatomic particles. These are statements that there is a probability it could be right. These are very specific. Blavatsky is talking about many of the on which quantum physics. So I think this is interesting to take because there is a whole other aspect of how Blavatsky has these units, the mental consciousness, which science has not really researched. And I think that since Blavatsky was right about the particles were, it is worth paying attention other of the ultimate subatomic particles and the expression of consciousness in the universe. Friends, I want to share with you the teachings that Blavatsky
Дорогой Пабло Сендер, огромное спасибо за
Dear Pablo Sandra, thank you so much for such much
квантовой механики, о которых Елена Петровна
theory of quantum mechanics that HPB was talking about decades before quantum physics started to develop. It confirms these facts that you collect, and when these ideas started in the secret doctrine for the first time, that the atom is not divisible, it was said, but HPB said it was divisible, and it means that HPB contributed a lot into science. Thank you so much, dear friends. And right now we're waiting for the next speaker. It's Ganguly Tapashri, Doctor of Mathematics, the Theosophical Society of England, the UK. Dr. Tapashri Ganguly was born in India, member of Indian
она получила
Theosophical
образование
Society, candidate of Statistics Sciences. She educated in the University of State, Glasgow.
математическое
With her thesis being mathematical aggregation of possible expert ideas. Right now, Dr. Tapashri works in a consulting company in London, and her specialty is the model of people's behavior, article based on HPB studies. Dear friends, welcome to Madam Ganguly Tapashri, PhD in Mathematics, Statistics, Theosophical Society of the United Kingdom, the Great Britain, London, with her report Kundalini Integration and Factors Affecting People's Consciousness.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My deepest gratitude to one and all. It is a pleasure and an honor to be a part of the Congress today. I will be sharing thoughts around Kundalini, Kundalini Yoga, and the impact it has on us. Kundalini is a known and a very familiar word to most Theosophists around the world. Within these Theosophical texts, Blavatsky defined Kundalini Shakti as the power of life, one of the forces of nature, that power that generates a certain light in those who sit for spiritual and clairvoyant development. It is a power known only to those who practice concentration and yoga. Kundalini is called the serpentine or the annular power on account on its spiral-like working or progress in the body of the ascetic, developing the power in himself. It is an electric, fiery, occult, or phohatic power, the great pristine force which underlies all organic and inorganic matter. According to her, there is a relationship. According to her, there is a relationship between Kundalini, the heart, and Buddhi. In the first fragment of the Voice of the Silence, it is stated, "Let not thy heaven-born, merged in the sea of Maya, break from the universal parent soul, but let the fiery power retire into its innermost chamber, the chamber of the heart and the abode of world's mother." In the footnote, she adds, "The power and the world mother are names given to Kundalini, one of the mystic yogi powers. It is Buddhi considered as an active instead of a passive principle, which is generally, when regarded, only as vehicle or cascade of the Supreme Spirit Atma. It is an electro-spiritual force, a creative power, which when aroused into action can easily kill as it can create." Blavatsky does not relate the awakening of this force with the methods followed by tantric traditions. According to her, the awakening of Kundalini is the result of the activation of Buddhi, which takes place in the heart. The heart is regarded by her as the organ of the spiritual consciousness. As she wrote, "The heart is the center of the spiritual consciousness, as the brain is the center of intellectual consciousness. But the spiritual consciousness cannot be guided by a person, nor can its energy be directed by him until he's completely united with Buddhi Manas." In the text, Kundalini, an Occult Experience by G.S. Arundel, he writes that Kundalini is more or less active in all life. It is the fire of life and therefore flows through it all. But it may flow either as a gentle stream, simply vitalizing, or it may be directed into special channels and become a raging torrent. Let us hope subordinated to a great purpose, so that the raging is a purposeful, disciplined raging, though a raging nonetheless. Kundalini flows in minerals, vegetables, animals, and human kingdoms in ascending degrees of vitality, but except in rare cases as a gentle, fructifying stream of fire, bathing, as it were, the whole of the vehicle. Also, according to Blavatsky, the third eye corresponds with the pineal gland in the brain. So the latter is affected by the awakening of Kundalini. There are 7 cavities in the brain. The 6th cavity is the pineal gland, also hollow and empty during life. The granules are precipitated after death. The pineal gland corresponds with the manas until it is touched by the vibrating light of Kundalini, which proceeds from buddhi and then becomes buddhi manas. The fires are always playing around the pineal gland, but when Kundalini illuminates them for a brief instant, the whole universe is seen. In energy medicine, a scientific basis, James Oshman says, the pineal gland is the primary magnetoreceptor. Between 20 to 30% of the pineal cells are magnetically sensitive. Exposure of animals to magnetic fields of various intensities alters the secretion of melatonin, the electrical properties of pineal cells, and their microscopic structure. Hence, it is believed that the pulsations of the geomagnetic field caused by Schumann resonance may be detected by the pineal gland. If we come to think and discuss about Kundalini and the human body, then it is postulated by researchers, including Jean Lim, that there are 3 key differences between Kundalini and other energies. And these 3 key differences are frequency, form of interaction, and whether the energy is temporarily or permanently integrated in us. The first point of differentiation is frequency. Frequency is defined as the number of complete oscillations per second of energy as sound or electromagnetic radiation in the form of waves. As Kundalini is hypothesized as a photon exchange, this postulation that Kundalini is light energy vibrating in a specific frequency is supported by the quantum theory that only photons with the same frequency can interact with each other. In 2011, an article published in New Scientist entitled "They Do It with Mirrors" under a principle called stimulated emission. Only photons of a given frequency can trigger emission of photons with the same frequency. Specific frequencies and patterns of electromagnetic radiation regulate the DNA, RNA, and protein synthesis, alter protein shape and function, and control gene regulation, cell division, cell differentiation, morphogenesis, hormone secretion, nerve growth, and function. Also, from her years of direct experience as an energy healer and educator, Francesca McCartney observes that different energies carry different color frequencies. She says, Kundalini energy always carries the color opalescent sheen, an observation McCartney uses to decode the various types of energy frequencies that are vibrating in a person's field. Since color comes in frequency bands, perhaps color is our perceptual shortcut to discern specific frequencies of electromagnetic energy. Another point of difference between Kundalini and other universal energies is the form of interaction. The Kundalini energy arises from a photon exchange at the quantum level, whereas other energies arise from interaction between our electromagnetic fields and scalar waves from the universal source, where information is enfolded into scalar waves and distributed to our body's electromagnetic fields. In her book, The Biology of Kundalini, Jana Dixon states that scalar waves transmit information, not energy, and maybe the point of fundamental intersection where matter and consciousness influence each other. Oshman in 2000 has an interesting perspective about scalar waves. He says, when the body comes into anatomical and energetic balance with the field of gravity, the biomagnetic fields may partly cancel each other out, creating scalar and or vector potentials. He speculates that an individual capable of generating significant scalar waves would be relatively protected from negative effects of environmental energies. Interestingly, Valerie Hunt says that the scalar energy cannot be stored indefinitely and must be recreated every time, which may infer a third point of differentiation between Kundalini and other universal energies, that other energies are temporarily generated and emitted, whereas Kundalini is permanently integrated within us. Within the human lives that we have, let us pause to look at Kundalini Yoga. Kundalini Yoga in 3HO or in Sikh Dharma is regarded as an essential spiritual practice. It involves multitude of meditation sets that include various breathing techniques, body postures and movements, hand positions, mental and devotional foci, and reverent chanting, which each set intended to transform a specific aspect of a person's physical, emotional, and spiritual makeup. It is worth noting here that this practice of Kundalini Yoga is one of the many forms and practices of this yoga. There are several others that are embedded within the Tantra school of practices, amongst others. Another theory says meditation causes changes in brain physiology because it integrates the right and the left brain. Sanella in 1987 presented a report of a study by Hiroshi Motoyama showing that in ordinary consciousness, the micromotion of the left brain is 50% greater than the right. However, when subjects go in deep meditation, the micromotion in the right brain and the left brain becomes nearly equal. Furthermore, when the brains are in perfect balance, the subjects feel profound peace and tranquility. One hypothesis is this, that the coherent heart vibration that creates resonant entrainment in the heart, the brain, and the breath is the primary cause of Kundalini awakening. And heart-based activities such as meditation, chanting, and the generation of love and positive emotions can produce these coherent heart rhythms. These activities form the core of Kundalini yoga practices. The premise that coherent heart vibrations that create resonant entrainment in the heart, brain, and breath is the primary cause of awakening is based on several sources, many of which are studies conducted by HeartMath that highlight the important role of the heart in orchestrating our entire system. McCarty in 2003 states, the heart generates the largest electromagnetic field in the body. The electric field is about 60 times greater in amplitude than the brain waves, and the heart's magnetic field is around 5,000 times stronger than that produced by the brain. This is pretty much in line with what Helena Petrovna Blavatsky had written and said. McCarty also says that the heart is the most powerful generator of rhythmic information patterns in the body, which acts effectively as the global conductor in the body's symphony to bind and synchronize the entire system. There is apparently a strong correlation between heart rhythm and emotional state. A calm, peaceful, harmonious, and highly intuitive feeling state in which one becomes aware of one's electrical body and of the minute currents flowing throughout. This state associated with the coupling or entrainment or phase locking of a variety of electrical and mechanical rhythms, including the heart, respiration, autonomics, and the baroreceptor feedback loop, goes into the brain. The heart appears to have a direct and immediate effect on the brain activities. McCarty says the heart is in a constant two-way communication with the brain, but in fact sends more signals to the brain than vice versa. There are approximately 40,000 sensory neurites in the human heart involved in relaying information to the brain, and the input from the heart to the brain directly affects the activity of the frontocortical areas and the thalamus, driving our perceptions, thought processes, and emotional experiences. It appears that brain rhythms, especially alpha beta, as well as lower frequency brain rhythms, naturally synchronize to the heart's rhythm. Therefore, a change in the heart vibration can directly affect the brain activities of our entire physiology. In addition, the heart communicates information to the brain and throughout the body via electromagnetic field interactions, and electromagnetic waves generated by the heart are immediately registered in the brain waves. The primary cause of Kundalini awakening is hypothesized to be coherent heart vibrations oscillating at a resonant frequency that create resonant entrainment between the heart, the brain, and the breath. These coherent heart rhythms are triggered by heart-based activities such as meditation, chanting, the generation of love, and other positive emotions. Furthermore, focused thought or intent can direct and amplify these effects. The impact of Kundalini yoga has been studied in literature. The global population aging has been found to result in increasing rates of cognitive decline and dementia. Thus, effective, low-cost, and low side effect interventions for the treatment and prevention of cognitive decline are urgently needed. One study investigated the effects of Kundalini yoga training on mild cognitive impairment. The Kundalini yoga group showed short and long-term improvements in executive functioning as compared to other therapies, and broader effects on depressed mood and resilience. In the training program, the Kundalini yoga group engaged in a 60-minute Kundalini yoga class per week and a daily 12-minute Kundalini Kriya meditation and homework assignment. Each 60-minute Kriya Kundalini yoga was conducted by the same instructor and followed the following structure. It was tuning in for 5 minutes, warming up, breathing techniques, which are also called pranayama, the Kriya itself, meditation, the rest, the shavasana, and the closing. Standardized handouts and CDs were given to the participants for their 12-minute home practice of the Kriya, and huge results, positive results were found on the participants who followed this technique. And the meditation was repeated finger movements or mudras and chanting of the mantra Satanama, meaning birth, life, death, rebirth. They were first chanted aloud and then in a whisper and then silently for a total of 11 minutes, followed by a final 1 minute of breathing, deep breathing relaxation accompanied by visualization of light. So in conclusion, the objectives of the Theosophical Society are to encourage the study of comparative religion, philosophy, and science, and to investigate unexplained laws of nature and the powers latent in human beings. One potential approach in unpacking these potentials rests with the practice of Kundalini yoga, of course, under proper guidance. I do believe, like many other researchers and practitioners, that Kundalini is a much greater phenomena than what science can define and explain. It is, in its very essence, Kundalini is likely to be much more than the energy and experience, and perhaps a part of consciousness. Christopher Hills in 1990 wrote, and he called Kundalini a byproduct of consciousness and stated that Kundalini is a basic component of life, and it is only when it moves from one place to another that we sense or feel it as energy. To call it Kundalini energy is therefore a misnomer. Kundalini is made of consciousness, and the actual sensation is merely a message of our consciousness passing through the psychic veil or skin, which acts as a membrane between one world of experience and another. With this, I would like to thank each one of you for listening in, and thank you, Virginia, especially for making this happen.
Дорогая доктор Гангули, огромное вам спасибо. Мы благодарим за этот всплеск
Dear
идей.
Dr. Gangu, thank you very much. We thank you for this fountain of ideas which sparkles through your lecture. The esoterical research combined with analytic statistics give this effective synthesis and possibilities to study, to research, not only for theosophists, but also for scientists. Kundalini and consciousness. The formulation of your lecture is amazing. The Kundalini passes through the psychic veil and acts as a membrane. The agent between two worlds of senses are just amazing. Thank you very much for your insightful lecture, for explaining us what Kundalini is. Thank you very much, dear Poshri Gangali. Dear
Thank you.
friends, and we continue our working session of the 5th Theosophical Congress. Some patience, please. We are going to have a break soon. And I see that our participants who are here with us in the hall are a little bit tired, but please hold on because the Theosophical terms require certain psychic power, psychic energy, which can not only digest these terms but also invest them with life. Dear friends, we are giving the floor to Iphigenia Kostomoniti, the European School of Theosophy, Greece, Athens.
Греческую коммерческую экономическую
Evgenia
среднюю.
Kostomoniti was born in Greece, graduated from the Greek Commercial Economic High School in Athens and Holliston School in Holliston, USA. She worked as a flight attendant for the Greek airline Olympic Airlines for 25 years and has visited many countries of the world and speaks professionally English, French, Italian, and Spanish. She joined the Greek branch of the Theosophical Society in 1995. She is lecturer and member of the Greek Council for 20 years, editor of the Theosophical Journal, Elisos, translator and editor of many classical theosophical works. Her articles have been published in the Greek Theosophical magazine Ilios, as well as the online magazines Hermes and the magazine of the Alpine Club Eternine Athens, secretary of the European School of Theosophy since 2018. Iphigenia Kostomoniti, European School of Theosophy, Greece, with her report 7 Paths to Bliss.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Athens, Greece. It's been an honor to be participating in this Congress, and thank you all for your great work, organizers and translators. Now, in Secret Doctrine stanza 1, Sloka 4, we read about the 7 ways to bliss. What are these 7 ways? The 7 paths or ways to bliss of non-existence, comments Elena Blavatsky, did not exist because the universe was still empty and existed only in the divine thought. But when she was asked about them in the Blavatsky Lodge meetings, she mentioned that the subject was far more fully treated in the Arya Sangha school. Now, we know that Arya Sangha is the one who taught his students what we read in the Voice of the Silence. The 3 fragments from the Book of the Golden Precepts were translated by Elena Blavatsky, as she writes in her introduction to this little book, which she dedicates to the very few. So let us first turn to the words written in the last part of fragment 2. That thy time will come for choice, O thou of eager soul, when thou hast reached the end and passed the 7 portals. In the next fragment of the Voice of the Silence, we see that the 7 paths or ways or portals are also called paramitas, noble gates of virtue, 7 strongholds guarded by powers. Apparently, these are the first set of gateways through which the pilgrim soul should pass, or the aspirant or the neophyte. But before achieving this, he is called to avoid every temptation lurking at each corner on his way, to develop each one of the virtues, to conquer oneself, to control one's personal ego, and thus become able to unlock the 7 portals, the one after the other, by using the golden keys. These portals all lead to the other shore and gradually to the non-existence. Then, on page 65 of the Voice of the Silence, Arya Sangha says, once that the Sawani has crossed the 7th path, all nature thrills with joyous awe and feels subdued. The Sawani now is the candidate who has taken the first initiation. Again, on page 66, we read, shall he not use the gifts which it confers for his own rest and bliss, his well-earned will and glory, he, the subduer of the great delusion? Nay, O thou candidate for nature's hidden lore. Nature is also mentioned in the words of Zenon, the Stoic philosopher of ancient Greece, who says that the final goal towards which nature leads us is virtue. Now, according to the Stoic philosophy, nature is governed by necessity and fate. In many traditions, necessity seems to be a divine power, a force which rules everything in the manifested universe, perhaps even in the unmanifested one. One might say it could be that force which defines the periodical appearance and disappearance, the Manvadaras and the Pralayas of the cosmos. It could also be related to karma and the lords of karma collectively in the manifested universe. So, the idea of necessity can be seen in many cosmological myths and systems of antiquity, some related with fate, some with destiny, and others with both. For example, if we have a look at Greek mythology, we see that necessity is called anangi, a word which also means coercion, and she is a goddess, a cosmic force standing higher than all gods and goddesses. She is related with fate and is usually shown weaving everybody's destiny on her loom. She has wings on her head because she can fly about and modify the fate of a person, God, or cosmos according to her will and the law, and it is said that even the gods cannot escape the grip of necessity. One might also say that in the Stoic teachings about nature being governed by necessity, we meet the notion of the karmic law initiated by the Nindanas, as mentioned also in Sloka 4. In other words, the karmic law is initiated by the 12 causes of existence, or the chain of causation, the concatenation of cause and effect in the whole range of existence through 12 links, as we read in the Theosophical glossary. The main issue of stanza 1 then is that there is no manifestation yet at this stage. And in Sloka 4, we are told that there is no ignorance nor illusion to awaken these nidanas, the causes of being, which, belonging to the stream of catenated law, produce merit and demerit, and finally bring the karmic law into full sway, as we read in Elena Blavatsky's comments. Furthermore, they are the enumeration of the chief causes which produce the severe reaction of effects under the karmic law. Being moral agents in the universe, they are included in the Maya, the illusion or ignorance which awakens them, as he explains in the Blavatsky Lodge meetings. So, the new Manvantara of our solar system had not dawned yet, according to stanza 1. There was no differentiation and the cosmos had not come into being. This means that life on our earth had yet to appear and all its kingdoms to start evolving, each following its own line of development and evolution. And here arises the question, how could the 7 ways to bliss appear when humanity had not been born yet? How could this be when the dauntless hearts of the voice of the silence had yet to appear among the members of humanity, with each one treading on their personal special ray, one of the 7 rays, and pursue the truth by following the teachers of the presiding masters, the heads of these rays, thus becoming able at some point in one's long life through countless incarnations to cross the Paramita heights. There were no pilgrim souls, nor neophytes and aspirants to fight and strive against ignorance, illusion, faults, and all the other obstacles which block the way to these paths. There were no initiates to make their choice in front of the 7 portals, neither those who, having traversed the human kingdom after the 5th initiation, stand at the threshold of the superhuman life as liberated spirits, having a new set of 7 paths in front of them to choose, they're about to wear one of the 3 vestures spoken of in the voice of the silence. There was nothing of all the above, neither the 7 ways to bliss, nor the Nidanas and Maya, not yet, because everything was still in the divine ideation, the divine unity from which all proceeds with all returns, as we read in the poem. This unity is symbolized by the immaculate white disk within a dark black ground, a symbol that we see in the poem. It is the symbol of the one life, eternal, invisible, yet omnipresent, without beginning or end, yet periodical in its regular manifestations, between which periods reigns the dark mystery of non-being, unconscious yet absolute consciousness, unrealizable yet the one self-existing reality. Truly a chaos to the sense, a cosmos to the reason, specified Helena Blavatsky. The word chaos now, as is used in the secret doctrine, should not be considered as disorder. It means abyss and void, which, however, is also a plenum, a space completely full of undifferentiated matter. So this chaos is a pre-order, as Joy Mills puts it in her book, Living in Wisdom, and contains all the possibilities of ordering. Chaos is a Greek word and is mentioned by the ancient Greek poet Hesiod in his Theogony. And as Helena Blavatsky points out in the first volume of The Secret Doctrine, in a footnote on page 336, chaos is infinite, boundless, endless, and beginningless in duration. It is space filled with darkness, which is primordial matter in its pre-cosmic state. For in its etymological sense, chaos is space, according to Aristotle, and space is the ever unseen and unknowable deity in our philosophy. Now, Hesiod uses this word to define the first aspect of the cosmogonical trinity stated chaos, Gaia, Eros, all of them being ideas and aspects which can be met with different names or terms further down in the Secret Doctrine in other stanzas of both the first and the second volumes. Therefore, to conclude, I will say that since we are still in the stage of darkness before the new dawn of our solar system, there can be no time, no universal mind, and no paths to bliss. Thank you for listening, and thank you for this invitation.
Уважаемая Ефигения, благодарим за систему.
Dear Virginia, thank you so much for the system for classifying the 7 ways. Thank you so much for this choice of direct dialogue with such abstract concepts as the voice of silence, divine thought, the lords of karma, and the pre-cosmic state, and its infinity, beginninglessness, infinity. This choice of direct dialogue is actually concrete. It classifies what we have, and we can follow your thought, and it is great. Thank you so much for this mystery that is succinctly and concretely presented in your report. Thank you so much, and we welcome the European School
Thank
of
you too.
Theosophy.
Дорогие друзья, большое спасибо. Дорогие друзья,
Thank you. Dear friends, we continue our working session of the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Sochi,
онлайн
place in offline, and we have not only representatives of Sochi, but also participants of the Congress from different parts of Russia. Dear friends, we welcome Chernozemova Yelena Nikolaevna, Doctor of Philology, Professor of the Moscow Pedagogical State University, Moscow. Chernozemova Yelena Nikolaevna was born in the city of Astrakhan in 1979. She has finished Faculty of Russian Language and Literature of Krasnoyarsk State Pedagogical Institute, having received the qualification of teacher of Russian and literature. In 1989, she defended her PhD thesis, John Lilly's Dramaturgy, the problem of genre. The topic of the doctoral dissertation, the system of genres in English drama in the 80s and 90s of the 60th century. Since 1993, she has been associated with the Moscow Pedagogical State University, where she completed her thesis and works as a professor. A number of publications, she reflects development of our knowledge by works of world artistic culture. She is author of books revealing the unity of the fundamental principles of Christianity and internal yoga, cosmic worldview, new thinking of the 21st century, substantiation of the priority of culture in the life of society and protection of its guardians, priority of culture in the life of society, and many others. She is awarded with a medal with contribution to the development of education in Russia, Losif Prize, 3 times for scientific works and textbook. Chernozemova Elena Nikolaevna, Doctor of Philology, Professor
город Москва.
Pedagogical State University, Moscow, Russia, with her report Ideas of Cosmism in the Traditional School Internal of Educational Programs.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm here from Astrakhan. So Blavatsky has been there, and even before her early marriage, she lived here in our Astrakhan. Her grandfather was the member of the council of our city. My speech today is not related to our behavior, no, but it's about education. I think it's very important to touch upon it. I think it's important to start not early, but at the proper time, to start talking with growing mind about the most important categories as honor, value, dignity, universe, space. I can repeat that in English in order to make sure. So it's proud, virtue, dignity, universe, space. It's important to make sure that growing minds take a good overlook of that. Maybe many teachers will be actually appalled by the idea that these concepts can be explained to students and pupils in schools. But I think it is very important to understand the possibilities to talk about these important aspects in our education. I cannot believe that German pupils do not study Goethe, or that Italian pupils do not study Dante, or English pupils do not study important aspects of the English literature. When we talk about such important authors, we have a lot of material in order to talk about them. I'm teaching in university, actually, and I teach history and literature in Middle Ages, and I teach for fresh year students. In Russia, pupils graduate from school at 70 years, and we have 70 years old entering universities, and they meet with, they try to familiarize with works of Dante, for example. When we talk about Dante, I always talk about what is written in the entrance to the hell, and it is actually explained it explains the unity of the cosmos. Actually, it's the creator, the God who built hell. And it was done in order for justice to reign in the world. It is explained as the fullness of power of the Father God, as the fullness and completed of knowledge of God the Son. And it is also added by prima amore. This is three beginnings that form the three unities of our cosmos. And other philosophers actually say that a human is created in the likeness of God. And these three beginnings actually manifest themselves in our curiosity to know everything that is around us, to understand the world, to be able to act, not to be manipulated. We want to know. We do not want to be ignorant, and we want to love and be loved. It's quite natural for every human being to do that. If a human being is created in the likeness of God, they have to be harmonized in themselves, to harmonize these three strivings. If one striving is dominant, then it can be a tragedy, or it can be something hilarious. For my students, I actually try to show them an example of Romeo and Juliet. They wanted to love, but they didn't understand what they wanted. And it ended up, it voted in a tragedy. Or if something is dominant, it can be the other way around, something comical or hilarious. We can also discuss words of some important Russian philologists or philosophers. For example, Mikhail Bakhtin, who called it the memory of genre. Actually, for a writer, it's not important to understand that they are doing something according to a creator's idea of that. Many writers are born in Christian culture, so they add some Christian vision of the world to their works. We have spiritual genres in many of of our books, like prayers or many other aspects. for example, when we study prayers, we consider them not from the point of view of church, but from secular point of view. And we discover in it so many interesting structures and ideas. We consider a prayer as something, a signal sent from a clear point of view on earth, the location. You can always say where you want when you pray, but it goes to an endless cosmic space, and it includes within it the whole universe. It connects the whole universe to a certain location on Earth. And actually, the time is also concentrated in prayer. You can always find this moment, the moment when you make your prayer, but you make it for a limitless time. So a certain point of view in historical time is connected with eternity. This small genre prayer connects endless world with something limited. It connects the endless time with your time on earth. So we can call it the extension of your consciousness. Sometimes we do not call it in such a way in Blavatsky works. We do not explain that like that, but we are working on that in order to make these ideas understandable and comprehensible. Speaking about prayer, I consider it as a genre of spiritual work. And then when we talk with students, I pay attention to structure of the prayer. It starts from an address to God. It's a very important stage. When you call God by the name, you attribute yourself to a certain culture. A person who makes prayer names with whom they talk. And then a prayer supposes the structure of the prayer calls the God as all-knowing, all-hearing, omnipresent. When a person names these adjectives, they allow themselves to be managed by higher powers. They acknowledge the power of higher powers just by naming these words. And then the structure moves on to gratitude. If it's a prayer of gratification, then it ends with gratification. If it's some demand or claim, then it goes on after these three stages, after gratitude. You don't have to address it to God. You can address it to the whole world, to universe. So your demand might be the fourth stage, and it includes some idea within itself. It's important for your self-discipline and self-growth. At this stage, a person asks themselves, if it's possible for me to ask that from God. I usually ask my students, what can you not demand from God? And they try to understand by themselves what they do not allowed to ask. So they are not allowed to ask something that is not stated in commands. So, and in commandments. If a commandment is violated, then a person kills something out of human being within themselves. And that violates the law. According to them, a person is protected by the universe. So even without reference to works by Blavatsky, I still return to them. They are appearing in many of my discussions, even without direct reference. Similar important and quite rich options are actually appeared when we talk about Milton's Lost Paradise. It's a very important work, and it actually is very related to what Blavatsky says. So it's important to talk with a person through their consciousness. All teachers say that you have to be comprehensible and understandable when you talk to your students, and adapt what you say to their consciousness. If we violate that principle, we can break something within a human being, or maybe something will not appear clear to them. I quite frequently draw students' attentions to a very important idea, important parable from Bible. According to that parable, there was a person who was sowing some seeds. Some of these seeds were on the road, some of the seeds fell into fruitful ground, and they bear fruits. So it was a very well-known parable. And it is well known. And I ask my students what this parable is about. Obviously, it's not about agriculture. What do you hear in that? And step by step, we understand that actually an idea, a well-known idea, is might be wrapped in secrecy, but it should fall into good soil. Without that, it will not give us fruits. Without that, it would not grow, it would not bear fruits. So this similar is true with consciousness. When you give some ideas to students, these ideas should fall in proper soil. I like to see the eyes of my students when I say that. It seems that as if they waited for me to say something similar. Unfortunately, in our schools, we do not discuss these higher questions so often. And the worst thing is that in our schools, students are not asked what do they think. Rather, we ask them what the writers intended in these works, but we do not ask them we do not ask our students what you feel, what you want. And I think that it's crucial to ask them that questions. I will not take more of your time. If you are interested, we can continue our discussion. Thank you so much for your presence here. Thank you for invitation, and good luck to our forum in general. But in the end, let me just say that in the morning I was not able to present here. I wasn't able. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for these ideas of cosmism integrated in education, which should not only be in the educational concept, but they should form a basis of its content, and didactics, which reveal the patterns of assimilation of knowledge and formation of beliefs. And it determines the scope and structure of the content of education. Of course, this is one of the future prospects of development of education. And if without this knowledge, it's not possible. So I have an interesting idea. When you mentioned prayer, when you talk with your students about that, the idea is as follows. In the beginning of evolution of humanity, in the first cycles of this evolution, which you have to know in order to understand the concept of God, will, and prayer. If we do not know cycles, we cannot determine these concepts. Without these abstracts cannot fall into consciousness. You have to provide that for the consciousness to grow at the same time. This is law stated by Blavatsky. These laws have to be known. Without them, we cannot grow. These laws are constant. They work in cosmos and in human as well. In the beginning of evolution of humanity, in the first races, humans developed at the time, and they song hymns. And in the fourth phase of human consciousness evolution, humans started to ask for prosperity for all. It was many years later they started asking for themselves when physical form appeared. When you call God by name, it's physical form. And this God is not, it doesn't exist because they doesn't have form. God is internal state of higher mind. Yes, it's lots of secret doctrine. Without that, you will not be able to be in evolutionary flow, and you will not be able to give this knowledge to students.
I have only one commentary. H.P. Blavatsky mentioned cycles, time, quality of time, and these qualities of time are related to psychology of ages. Everything is told rightly because it's how in Kalachakra Mahayana system, this teaching. And according to each cycle, each age, the human being has an ability to perceive or to manifest his or her potentiality for understanding and for realizing a subject. Actually, that is what H.P. Blavatsky said. She stated the greatest law of human consciousness development, starting from birth and finishing by his leaving of the solid world. Thank you. Dear friends, right now it's a solemn moment of the International Theosophical Sochi. Today, in this great day of anniversary of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, whose knowledge is given for the whole third millennium in order to go to the sixth race, if always we compare the secret doctrine knowledge to religious terms, we'll never be there. And I ask you so much, when you go to this podium, please define what is truth, what is religion, and that HPB said there is no religion higher than truth. I think that everyone who is here with us today and who is in online space and what is the task and what is the purpose of doing this today, when we accept, when we state the fundamental work of HPB, the secret doctrine. So, dear friends, following the anniversary of HPB, 190 years, we award diplomas of the Theosophical Society, awarded by the president of Adamant Lodge of the Theosophical Society of Russia, Vladimir Vasilievich Yary. I'd like to say that there are copies of diplomas because our representative of president sent these originals to everyone by post, to everyone who had to be awarded with them. It's Yuri Butin from Saratov. Your applause. And we'll hear to what he says, of course. Alexander Kalish, Moldova, and Natalia Koshel, the city of Voronezh. Today, Mikhail Bogotarov from St. Petersburg was also meant to be awarded. He's traveling through Antarctica right now, so let us wish him safe return. And right now, Yuri Putin is with us today from Saratov. Good afternoon. Yuri Putin, good afternoon. Vladimir Vasilyevich award you with diplomas right now online, but it will come post. Please accept it. Thank you so much. Hello to everyone. Words of gratitude. I'd like to start it from Elena Mikhailovna's words. By winning with love, it's easy to be together. Of course, it's easy when there is an example of great qualities of soul. Thanks to Madam Eugenia, Mr. Vasily, we can do it. And every day, when we follow these examples, we fight against dogmatism. And the word and the thought born by heart give breath. Every congress, every conference is when we see that the teaching is alive, that it's breathing. And I'd like to wish to the participants that the thoughts born at the congress are implemented in everyday life. And when non-being becomes being, the world for us will definitely change. So wish you love and light. These are not my words. These are words from Agni Yoga, actually. From Agni Yoga to the Sacred Doctrine. Thank you. And right now, Alexander Kalish from Moldova is online with us. Alexander, we're listening to you. I'd like to welcome organizers of the Congress, participants, and thank you so much for your speeches, for your participation. I'd like to express gratitude in particular to Madam Eugenia and Mr. Vasily. Thank you so much for constantly enlightening us. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Alexander, in that great day you are here and you officially became the member of the Theosophical Society. I'm glad. I'm really glad. It was unexpected for me. And joy, I'm full of joy. I'll try to be worth of the title of member of the Theosophical Society. I'll move forward. Thank you so much, and we wish you light on your way. Natalia Koshel, the city of Voronezh, you have come today, especially for being awarded with a diploma. Of course, it's a copy, but probably you have something to say. Of course. Thank you so much for accepting me to this great family, for an opportunity to cooperate with you and to work under the sign of Theosophy. I understand that such a great responsibility it is, and I hope that thanks to my colleagues who have united us as a focus and who have combined us around, I think we'll go through this way with dignity till the very end. Thank you so much. And where is actually the end of Theosophy? Where is the end of the way? There is no end, it's infinite. Thank you so much, and we congratulate everyone who has been awarded with copies of diplomas. Yuri Putin, Saratov, Natalia Koshel, Voronezh, Alexander Kalish, Moldova, and dear students, it's so important that at the start of your path, you already meet this fraternity. Do remember this solemn day and your feelings of light at the path. I wish you light. Dear friends, and right now we have a break until 3 p.m. and we're waiting for you at the other session. After lunch, there will be a ceremony of awarding winners of competitions. Please don't be late. And you can also see exhibition of children's artworks, adult artworks, sculptures by Mr. Leonov, gemstones. You can get new books in the book expedition. Please do not forget to leave your feedback at the feedback book at the reception. And we'll see you at the other session of the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Sochi.
Дорогие докладчики и техническое обеспечение, будьте добры пройти на кофе-брейк, 3-й этаж. Участники конкурсов, пожалуйста, подойдите на репетицию ко мне. Участники конкурсов. Какой смс-ки? Конгрессной? Да, здравствуйте, вы в одном. Киреева Камила, Воронова Анастасия, Изратова Анна, Конькова Евгения. Дорогие конкурсанты, ждем вас на репетицию. Киреева Камила, Воронова Анастасия, Изратова Анна, Конькова Евгения. Нет, вот эти все здесь, которых я сейчас объявила. Вот у людей здесь. Все? 4 человека. 4 человека. Смотрите, начинается с я называю. Да, конечно, на церемонии награждения все скажу, все увидите. Можно? Потому что ну, давайте вы там на фоне. Виталия, мы в перерыве снимаем интервью и... Каждый конкретно. Потому что Сочи хочется.
по лицу поняла все. Конечно. Нет. Нет, я не снимала. Да, когда говорила. Когда просто сидела. Со своей техникой.
Мне туда оглядываться придется, чтобы посмотреть, что там происходит. Или с собой планшет взять? Мы тогда запустим, извините.
Нужно иметь в виду, что мультиязычная презентация ну, если хотите, то продолжим сами слайды.
Честно говоря, не понимаю. Нет, а вот как мне говорить? Свободно говорить? Или придерживаться текста, который можно?
Я можете свободно говорить, как
Переводчик.
Покажите, как все это
На главной большой кнопке.
презентация слайдов. Большая
Дорогие докладчики и делегаты Конгресса, к вам могут подойти сейчас съемочная группа для интервью. Прошу не беспокоиться, не испытывать дискомфорт и стресс. Небольшие вопросы, небольшие краткие ответы. Уважаемые, добрый день. Добрый день. Добрый день. Да, сейчас есть. Уважаемые делегаты Конгресса,
Delegates of the Congress, we have finished our break and beginning the post-live session of the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Sochi, and I ask you to be at your places. Dear friends, when you connect to the webinar, the translation icon will appear at the bottom of the Zoom program. Please click Translation and select English.
уважаемые участники и делегаты
Dear
пятого
participants and delegates of the 5th International Theosophical Congress in Sochi, we ask you to stay at your places and we start our second work session of the scientific symposium devoted to 190th anniversary from birth of H.P. Blavatsky. We welcome all participants who are in on
К нам подключились и к нам приехали.
together. We have new guests from Kaliningrad region who joined us, and we're happy to welcome representatives of the Theosophical movement from Kaliningrad region in the hall. Thank you for being here. Dear friends, we are beginning the working session of the 5th International Theosophical Congress. We invite the next speaker, Michelin Foster, PhD in metaphysics, member of the Theosophical Society of the United States of America, California. Michelin was born in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, USA. In the 1970s, she studied at the University of Metaphysics in Los Angeles. She received a doctorate in metaphysics. She worked as the esoteric director of the World Meditation Center in Ojai, California. A member of the Theosophical Society of the USA, she has been studying Theosophy since 1982 and lodged in Los Angeles, California. In 1992, she was ordained a bishop of the church, and since then, she's headed it. She worked as a priest and author of 19 books and articles about metaphysics, meditation, and spirituality, the last of which that was printed is about a trip to Nepal. Dear Mrs. Foster, PhD in metaphysics, member of the Theosophical Society of the USA, point of view towards karma.
Good afternoon or good evening. It's 4 o'clock here where I am. As we celebrate coming together and sharing the ancient wisdom in a wonderful form presented to us by Helena Petrovich Blavatsky, we become well aware of the illusionary effervescence of time, which appears all too material to us here on the physical plane. In our everyday circumstances, time seems to run in a linear direction. We feel that we move from here to there in a progressive flow, but do we? Yes, we seem to move on the rails of time. However, it is karma which carries us to our destiny. It is the spiritual evolution of the inner immortal man that forms the fundamental tenets of the occult sciences. As we consider this tenet, two major foci come to our attention: that there is only one universal life which functions independently of matter, and two, that there are individual intelligences which animate the different manifestations of this principle. This one life closely related to the one law which governs the world of being. That law is karma. This law of karma can be simply understood as action or an effect-producing cause. Within our humanity, it is an esoteric sense. It displays itself as quite a different thing in its far-reaching moral effects. We would say that what goes around and comes around, but in actuality, karma is an unerring law of retribution. It is a constantly ever-present, impersonal, and active principle. At the beginning of the journey, it is said that at the first flutter of renascent life, Sabbahat, the immutable radiance of the immutable darkness, unconscious in eternity, passes at every new rebirth of the cosmos from an inactive state to one of intense activity, that it differentiates and then it begins its work through that differentiation. This work is karma. How is it said to do this? Madame Blavatsky speaks of the cycles coming into activity as the one cosmic atom becomes 7 atoms on the plane of matter. And each is transformed into a center of energy. That same atom becomes the 7 rays on the plane of spirit and the 7 creative forces of nature, radiating from the root essence, follow. One, the right, and the other, the left path, separate till the end of the kalpa, and yet in close embrace. What unites them? Karma. These atoms emanate from the central point, also emanate new centers of energy. Under the influence of Fohat, they begin their work from within to the without, and thus they multiply other major and minor centers. This becomes involuntary and evolution to us, involution and evolution to us. Each moment within involution and evolution forms roots or developing causes of new effects from the worlds and the man-bearing globes, down to the genus, species, and classes of all the 7 kingdoms. We only are aware at this stage of our development of 4 of these kingdoms. This work is done by those who are known as the blessed workers, for theirs is the knowledge and the power of guiding the impulses of the cosmic energy in the right direction. In Meditation Deep, we come to the question, at what point did cyclic involution and evolution become aware? What forces and attributes bring this cosmic event to fruition? We need to raise our consciousness to the comprehension of a system of coordination so far outreaching in time and space that it transcends all human observation. It is a circumstance which signalizes the power of man to go beyond the limitations of changing and inconsistent matter and assert his superiority over all unstable and perishable forms of being. There is a method in the succession of events and in the relation of coexistent things, which the mind of man seizes hold of, and by means of this is able to see a clue. He runs backward and forward over aeons of material history, of which human experience can never testify. He begins to grasp that all life is connected. It is one. Events germinate and unfold. They all have a past which is connected with their present, and we feel well justified confidence that a future is appointed, which will be similarly connected with the present and the past. There is a continuity and flow in the unity of history. It seems that a fundamental law makes its presence felt at this juncture, the law of evolution, or to phrase it for our purposes, the law of correlated successiveness or organized history. This is illustrated in the changing phases of every single maturing system of results. This results open to vistas of time and space and finite causation, and lift awareness up toward an apprehension of a supreme intelligence. Where does a human or humanity stand at this point? We are each born under a certain sign, and yes, our destiny is written in the stars. This is not fatalism, for man is a free agent during his stay on earth. He cannot escape his ruling destiny, but he has a choice of 2 paths, one that leads him in a direction where he can reach the goal of goodness and harmony, or the other, a goal of misery. Each individual can choose, for there are external and internal conditions which affect the determination of his or her will upon their actions. And it is in this their power to follow either of the 2 choices. Each human weaves like a spider, a web around himself. This destiny is guided either by a heavenly voice of the invisible prototype outside of us, or by our intimate astral or inner man, who is too often the evil genus of the embodied entity called man. Both these lead the outward man, but one of them must prevail. And from the very beginning of the invisible fight, the stern and implacable law of compensation steps in and takes its course, following faithfully its fluctuations. When the last strand is woven and a man is seemingly enwrapped in the network of his own doing, then he finds himself completely under the authority of his self-made destiny, or it can carry him like a feather in a whirlwind, raised by his own actions. For this is karma. Karma is also a reaction to prior events and actions in nature. There is a purpose in every important act of nature, whose acts are all cyclic and periodical. But these spiritual forces are usually confused with the purely physical, and thusly they're denied. Therefore, they remain unknown to science because they are left unexamined. Madame Blavatsky goes on to expand the more common approaches which most of us have to karma in an explanation that there are many cycles involved, all running at the same time. There are great racial cycles which affect equally all the nations and tribes included in the special race, but there are minor and national as well as tribal cycles within those, which run independently of each other. These are referred to as karmic cycles in the Eastern esotericism. In the ancient Greek tradition, karma is called nemesis. She is a dreaded goddess, absolute, immutable, and without attributes as a principle. In actuality, this principle is ourself, both as nations and individuals, which propel her into action and give the impulse to her direction. Karma, nemesis, is the creator of nations and mortals. But once created, it is they who make either a fury or a rewarding angel of her. Karma is as a force of wheels, within wheels, within wheels. However, once the wheel of an action touches manifestation, it continues on its track until the very end of the journey, where karma is equalized and ended. It is said that triune fates and ever more mindful furies are her attributes only on earth and begotten by ourselves. There is no return from the path that she cycles over, yet those paths are of our own making. For it is we, collectively and individually, who prepare them. Karma nemesis is a synonym of providence, minus design, goodness, and every other finite attribute and qualification so unphilosophically attributed to her. The student of esotericism identifies providence with karma nemesis and is aware that it guards the good and watches over them in this and in future lives, and that it punishes the evildoer, even unto his seventh rebirth. It is said that once an entity throws into perturbation even the smallest atom in the finite world, in the infinite world of harmony, it will be readjusted to balance. It is not therefore karma that rewards or punishes, but it is we who reward or punish ourselves according to our nature, abiding by the laws which harmony depends upon, or we break them. Let us consider the positive side of this discussion. What if humans worked in union and harmony instead of ignorance and fear? What a world we would have. With right knowledge, actions of right human relationships, and a confident conviction that our neighbors would no more hurt us than we would think of harming them. It seems that instantly 2/3 of the world's evil would vanish into thin air. Would no man hurt his brother? Karma nemesis would have neither cause to work for, nor weapons to act through. It is the constant presence in the midst of every element of strife and opposition, and the division of races, nations, tribes, societies, and individuals into Cains and Abels, wolves and lambs, that is the chief cause of the ways of providence. We consider ourselves respectable and imagine that we are pursuing a royal highway to civility and duty. And then we complain when the dark shadows of our true motives are revealed. We stand bewildered before the mystery of our own making and the riddle of life that we will not solve, and then accuse the Sphinx of devouring us, the Sphinx of providence. When one breaks the laws of harmony or the laws of life, one must be prepared to fall into the chaos which one has produced. For according to the same writer, the only conclusion one can come to is that these laws of life are their own avengers, and consequently that every avenging angel is only a typified representation of their reaction. There is a law of occult dynamics that states a given amount of energy expended on the spiritual or astral plane is productive of far greater results than the same amount expended on the physical objective plane of evidence. Alas, for this to be accomplished, man's spiritual intuition needs to become fully opened, which will not happen as long as he or she is wearing these coats of skin in which we're currently appearing. Each human will then begin to act from within instead of following the impulses from without, namely those produced by the physical senses and gross selfish bodies. Until then, the only plaintiff to the evils of life is union and harmony, a brotherhood in Act 2 and altruism, not simply in name. Consider the fact that the suppression of one single bad cause will suppress not only one, but a variety of bad effects. Evil, like goodness, has the ability to expand exponentially. Still, unity in thought and action, with the addition of research into the mysteries of being, will always prevent some, while trying to comprehend that which has hitherto remained to them a riddle, from creating additional causes in a world already filled with chaos. Knowledge of karma gives the conviction that if virtue is distress and vice in triumph makes atheists of mankind, it is because mankind has ever shut its eyes to the great truth that man himself is his own savior or destroyer. As we look around our planet, the species of mankind currently believes that all of this is for his own aggrandizement and salvation. When I was writing this, I was sitting under a Clarosa spitova tree, a large, lush tree with deep pink flowers covering all over it. I observed a beautiful orange and black butterfly flitting from flower to flower. Does she know the inner workings of the great plan? Does she ponder as we do the great laws of the universe? Or does she, at this point in her existence, fulfill her place in the one work of which we are all a part? At the end of this Manvantara, who will know? Who will remember? Perhaps only the butterfly and her companion, the tree. Namaste.
Дорогая Мишелина Фостер, огромное
Yeah,
вам спасибо.
Michelin Foster, thank you so much. And these applause is from
Здесь находится в Сочи.
who are right here in the hall right now. It was a great report. Dear Mrs. Foster, your experience in communicating with people from different countries of the world during your trips, each of which changes the fate of both yours and those whom you help. And this effect of indifference gives such easiness in learning and discovering such complex and simple concepts as brotherhood. And your report, dear Michelina, is filled with practice of what you've experienced in your life. And that is why the sound of brotherhood is not us from somewhere filled with
Честное и искреннее.
dead
Вам за
definitions.
правду.
It is real, it is what you feel. It's sincere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear friends, we are waiting for our next speaker, Cheretiv Mikhail Nikolaevich, who was born in Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, finished the chemical faculty of the St. Petersburg
Экология. Один из
University, and was doing research in of space anthropology, one of founders and scientific secretary of Commission for Development of Scientific and Cultural Heritage of Rurich and Scientific Council of Space Research in the National
культурная программа.
Academy of Sciences, one of the main organizers of the first ever cultural program in space at the Mir space station, Person Culture. Since 1996, Vice President of the International League for the Protection of Culture, participated in the work of the International Public Committee for the implementation of the Project International Aerospace Global Monitoring System, author of more than 60 articles. So, Cheretiv Mikhail Nikolaevich, corresponding member of the International Academy of Sciences of Ecology and Human and Nature Safety, advisor to the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences, Russia, St. Petersburg, and his report Paths to the Future.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. Dear friends, congratulations due to anniversary of 190 years since birth of H.P. Blavatsky. It is a great milestone for those who take Theosophy with all their hearts. And it's continued in theogeny, in the life ethics, and it requires much hard work. During centuries, it creates certain rhythms. While listening to our speakers, I experienced the thought, actually, if we go beyond our everyday life, there is no just space, because this fiery and it has seeds of spirit. We have come from eternity and we are going into eternity. This boundlessness, this eternity was often mentioned by Mr. Sviatoslav Rerich. And then the past, the present, and the future merge together, and each and every of us starts to feel this adherence to some basis of being. what is the main what leads us through Maya, through fight between karma and freedom of will, is the way of enlightenment and the spiritual teacher, because there is no way out of this darkness without any teacher. In order to make it better for translators, I would better read my report. Start.
Но тем не менее хочется им помочь.
Nevertheless, I'd like to help them. At the slide, you can see the side of HPB. Thou cannot travel on the path before thou hast become the path itself. She said that before you you should distinguish true and false, the ever-fleeting and the everlasting. Learn above all to separate the head learning from soul wisdom, the eye from the heart doctrine. So this heart mission was brought by HPB and by Madam Helena Rerich. And Helena Rerich wrote, by being so impressed by HPB that there are books of the sacred doctrine and Mahatma letters. They give so much wisdom to our soul, and life even is not enough to learn all of that. I would like to be at the beginning, not to be in the end, not to be in the deadlock. So Helena Rerich actually was translating the sacred doctrine, and out of Mahatma letters she made this cup of East. In order to start, I'd like to remind you words of HPB related to modern method and way of learning, including in the science, that is waiting for confirmation by material confirmations, is not worth to find real knowledge, to penetrate the real secret. And Helena Rerich, by saying in this context what HPB said that she was a great patriot, that she will live in the foreign country, and her deeds were great. Without knowledge of a language, without anything, she came to America in order to reveal the great knowledge. And for the first time, the religious synthesis of the international community was meant to give the great understanding to people. And she said that it was worth saving humanity in the epoch of socialism. But this martyr act gave her the crown, so let us send her our love. By moving to our way, we should gather all our priceless experience. Everybody who travels takes with him or her all he or she needs to travel. But not everyone remembers that the person in eternal trip, in our earthly life and everywhere in other lives. And this way goes through different worlds in different signs, and the guide star can have different rays, not only light of short paths of people who come for a short time. The HPP wrote that the beacon light upon which the eyes of all Theosophists are fixed is the same toward which in all ages the imprisoned human soul was struggled. This beacon whose light shines upon no earthly seas, but which has mirrored itself in the somber depths of the primordial waters of infinite space, is called by us the as by the earliest Theosophists, divine wisdom. This is last word of the esoteric doctrine. This path consists of ascents and descents, conceals many insights, trials, dangers, traps and obstacles, gains and losses, meetings and partings, joys and sorrows, friends and enemies. Gathering the priceless experience, the wandering spirit is gradually able to realize that its energetic baggage of evolved feelings, true knowledge, beauty of thoughts, and heart file are the best qualities of consciousness, talents and abilities are the best, and they lead to the one. And the descending paths break up into many slumbering roads and paths. The one's summit is illuminated by the light of master, and the heart of spiritually arising traveler is able to be illuminated by it. The fire of self-sacrifice, which burns away the fetters of personality, in the unveiling soul, the purity of intentions, the clarity of thoughts and feelings will give strength to heroically cast the anchor towards into the future, to meet the higher inspiration which will encourage and revive the spirit and open the new gate on the steps of self-improvement. Let us recall how in Theosophy energies of macrocosm unfold when from universal waters of Akasha the third logos begins to create or to reflect characteristic transient waves manifested by the powers of Maya. The waves are defined by Vedanta as names, forms, and causes. Then the sound of Akasha becomes the word illuminated by the light of higher manas and the Buddhic heartiness of all-wise Sophia. H.P. Blavatsky explained, the last vibration begins outside the time and space and ends with the third logos. When time and space begin or with periodical time. The second logos, partaking of both the essences of natures of the first and the last, there is no differentiation with the first logos. Differentiation only begins in the latent world thought with the second logos and receives its full expression or becomes the word made flesh with the third. A similar thing happens in the microcosm of a spiritually aspiring pilgrim of the radiant city. From silence in his inner kingdom of a god, a ray of faith begins to emerge, transforming the whole inner man. Spiritualized thought, formed in the timelessness, becomes the conscious creator of forms of the future. Above, you can see this the picture by Mr. Rerich, the traveler of the light city, symbolizing what we're talking about right now. And this inspired traveler with his microcosm, and inside silent inner soul has the ray of love, hope, and faith, and the thought formed out of timelessness becomes the conscious creator of forms of the future. Atma, Buddhi, and Manas correlate with spirit, voice, and word. This way they're related and triad of sound and number. The creating word becomes the light shining in the darkness. That is how the light of the true culture emerges. It is how, by chance, that Nikolai Roerich, the word culture has an ancient Sanskrit root, ur, meaning light, fire. Thus, culture, in the highest sense, means veneration of light, the creative divine fire, which is able to begin the spiritual transmutation of the inner man. Every spiritually aspiring traveler is likened in some way to Prometheus, including all the sacrifice consequences that await any light bearer giving fire to men along the way, which is especially characteristic of Kali Yuga. And that is what was done by H.P. Blavatsky and H.I. Rerich. You know that there are about 400 definitions of culture, but the higher definition, the concept of culture, I think was given by Rerich as they were proceeding from theosophical thought.
Секундочку, я не прочитал еще. Да, я еще не прочитал по этому поводу из живой этики.
And I'd like to read a quote from the Living Ethic. The service should bring better for everyone, and it will lead people to a brighter future. Let us not think that a better future is only Maya, especially now at the end of Kali Yuga. We should realize that the brighter future is a reality, and only our human malice can retard the coming of the new luminous age. They will ask you how it's possible to reconcile the threatening signs of the destruction of the planet with possibility of a harmonious and auspicious future. The fact is that humanity has a free choice either or to enter new life, the age of great discoveries, the era of happiness, or by power of free will to choose catastrophe. We observe the quite fantastic and contrasting ways of thinking. Scientists come together to work for future and to ignore the barbarians' clubs poised to strike just above our heads. Our age is constantly sending warnings, but we're unaware of danger. People ignore them. They want to be safe. They don't want to be disturbed. This age is difficult. People refuse to hear the significance of their destructions and wars, which cause great things up to the subtle world. Here you see revelations of the free will and karma of what is happening to ideas. So, from respecting the light, that's very this great light that we mentioned by commenting HPP, when the spirit, the voice, and the word emerge, the word is about culture. As you can remember, the goddess of wisdom, and she is respected in Hinduism and Buddhism. In Hinduism, it helps Brahma to create the universe, to put together light, earth, and sky. And in Buddhism, it comes together with Bodhisattva, female and male. Characteristics together are about creation. So Brahma, being part of a Trimurti with Vishnu and Shiva, has three faces: Brahma Raj, Brahma Bak, and Brahma Prajapati. Brahma Prajapati, translated from Sanskrit as the progenitor, ancestor of the creative force of the universe, their synthesis. He, being separated into male and female components, generates in them Vah and Viras. The universal differentiation reveals two natures, the more material Virat and the more spiritual Vak. The latter is Sarasvati, actually Vak means speech in Sanskrit. Brahma's female logos, manifestation of the divine thought base in the word. Here you can see pictures by Mr. Rerich, probably known by many. They are above, they ahead of waiting for the great Advent that is mentioned in many religions. That is Maitreya, Kalki Avatar, one of incarnations of Vishnu that is awaited. Then you can see the Advent, the great rider from Shambhala, related to Maitreya, the second revelation of Christ. Of their faces are known, and right now the time comes when you can by all hearts be adhering to this aura. This fire of this aura right now makes the whole humanity change. It purifies everything that is not enough in new stages of evolution and makes us hope, makes us inspired, and guides those who seek truth and who had enough experience in the past, who has purified the aura and the mind. The road to success, as Vivekananda Swami said, is related to concentration. He said, take up one idea, make that one idea your life, think of it, dream of it, live on that idea. Let the brain, muscles, nerves, every part of your body be full of that idea, and just leave every other idea alone. This is the way to success. Ramakrishna said, God is in all men, but not all men are in God. That is why we suffer. That is actually the start of this cycle of suffering of people. Please do remember of Buddha, who has experienced it through his life, well, as he was liberating himself from suffering. Here, by talking about the wayfarer and the trip, you can say that every wayfarer goes to the Lord himself. And in order to be at this path, you can put the highest goal for yourself. And then no road will appear forbidden. One must join to the higher quality throughout all experience. One must accept the higher measures as alone worthy of the highest forces. Only a trained and tempered imagination gives it access to the fiery word. Please do remember that as Rerich's picture was delivered to Tolstoy. Tolstoy said that life will destroy everything, no matter what. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't follow the higher star. It's not our sin to follow the higher star, because we're talking about the inner tree. Without inner, there is no outer. And according to Hinduism, as Swami Vivekananda said in Chicago in 1793, the upcoming of man and woman, it follows the same goal. Every religion is only evolving God out of a material man, and the gods aspire of all of them. Why then so many contradictions? They are only apparent, said the Hindu. The contradictions come from the same self to the varied circumstances in different natures. In the same light, coming through glasses of different color, in the heart of everything, that same truth, right? The Lord has declared to the Hindu in his incarnation as Krishna, I am every religion that I thread through a string of pearls. Wherever thou seest extraordinary holiness and extraordinary power raising and purifying himself, then know that I am there. You know, as above, so below. The Trismegistus Hermes alchemic principle. And coming back to HPB, here you can see Saraswati picture. And we go back to birth of the world, of the word. Mandelstam, a poem came to my mind of Aphrodite, who is born out of womb. The first line is the Father Mother, and then comes Father Mother and the second logos, that is to say, the manifested word. For instance, in Hindi Purana, it said that the first production of Akasha is sound. The sound means the simplest bit of expression of the unuttered thought, and in which the Greeks and Platonists called the logos. It's not so precise translation of commentary to HPB, secret doctrine, but actually the sense is right. And you all know St. John the Evangelist. In the beginning was the Word, the microcosm and the microcosm are built in the same plan. Just as the individual soul is encased in the living body, so the universal soul is the living Prakriti. Shiva is embracing, Kali is embracing Shiva, and the abstract idea can be manifested only through variety of forms. So that is why in the beginning there was the word. The Buddhist Bodhisattva, she, the great companion of Gautama Buddha, also having several aspects, some of which are worthy of attention. One of his names in Sanskrit, Madhukosha, means sweet voice, and he's also known as Vagishvara, which is in Sanskrit translated as Lord of Speech. Esoteric wisdom associates him with one of the masters of light, Dhyan Kugans. So in Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom and learning, beauty and art, initially correlates with the higher manners, but is extended to more earthly forms of culture in art, science, and spiritual teachings. Let us recall that the symbol of the banner of peace proposed by Rerich, this symbol, you can see it, and you all know it, as a protective sign of universal values of culture. In some of its many and often used meanings interpreted as synthesis of art, science, and religion in common circle of culture, or the past, the present, and the future, and the circle of eternity. It means unity of three masters, Buddha, Christ, and Maitreya, the symbol of the spirit's immortality. Here you can see a bit more precise description of symbols of the goddess Kali in Trimurti aspects. You know that Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Kali are reflections of the female principle, of the great female principle. Kali is Durga. Kali is both mother and wife of Shiva. She is mother of universe, capable of destroying all limitations of forms, passions, and corporality. She is terrifying because she frees from illusions of different worlds, although she herself has illusionary manifestations. Shiva comes to life through its Shakti energy. The fifth of its necklace symbolized the letters of Devanagari Sanskrit, and they are heads of Asuras, demons, embodying the perverse and malicious qualities that prevent recognition of mother of all things. Licking blood is the principle of karma. From the head of demon is the symbol of passion, principle of rajas, in thoughts and desires, from which Kali helps the still living head to get rid in order to see behind her blackness the radiance of pure sattva. A tongue which is stuck out is the symbol of wonder in India, but it also gives birth to words. Kali not only destroys, she anticipates yet unrevealed the future, which is dark for the unenlightened mind. It can be for the better. Kali also symbolizes the time symbol aspect of Kala, which is absorbed by itself. She is the night of eternity, Maya herself, loving and caring mother of all who seek self-cognition, as she gives the way to defeat Maya through Vidya Maya. And Ramakrishna was mentioning it in more details. Ramakrishna spoke that when you have your wound in your inside your body, you should put something sharp on it in order to purify your wound. This sharp object is actually Vidya Maya, but everybody in the labyrinth and puts all closer ones to this labyrinth, and finally they're in a deadlock. So only Vidya Maya can bring you to this enlightenment, and the result that we are seeking for right now. It's in spirit that the man can exist in the unfired space of the past, present, and future, getting back to symbols, but only the future can be changed. Time is illusion, it's child of continuity and echo of eternity. The main instrument of this change is thought. According to the Buddhist outlook, which was perfectly defined from the scientific positions of George Ehrlich, a person with a stream of consciousness is burdened with karma, but such a flow is also a form of the past, spontaneous or conscious, forced or free, creative, full of daring or dull, Philistine, dragging of the waves of phenomena and circumstances brought by karma. There can be various currents in the stream, including those that are opposite to the main direction, upstream and downstream, or pools of stagnation that, for example, in a river around just rocks and other obstacles, but esoteric potential and potentially more one powerful than the external action. So the karmic responsibility and retribution for it is more significant. We will have to be responsible for each of our thoughts, words, and deeds. Just give me.
Про знамя мира я не прочитал.
About the banner of life. Right now, the whole humanity should concentrate all its efforts on protection of treasures of creative power. Banner which we proposed for protection of treasures of culture, not also. It's not always successful, but it reminds us of our treasures we have, and it will give human spirit another stimulant, that's the inspiration of future, inspiration of esteem for all concerns of the evolution of humanity. No one can dare to say that the project of safeguarding the treasures of human genius can be exaggerated. No, every deepening of this consciousness brings new cultural opportunity. Thus, our proposal will offer possibility for revising and cataloging veritable treasures and put them under protection of all mankind, not only during the war, but I emphasize it during so-called peace, because what is happening is worse than all epidemics. Because right now the spirit is falling asleep, but when there are some tensions, the spirit can awaken. So, speaking of cosmic responsibility, we can say within the context of cosmists thought, there is Vladimir Vernadsky will talk about it, because actually it was he who created the basis for a scientific picture of the world. And he said that to understand scientific it means to frame a phenomenon into scientific reality of the cosmos. And Helena Rerich said it rightly, that the whole cosmos is built upon the law of responsibility, or as it is more often called the law of cause and effect, the law of karma. And it's quite impossible to ignore the law and to neglect it without bringing it on in the long run self-destruction. Nikolai Berdyaev is also right, endowing the cosmos with properties of living, ethically organized, reasonable being, which with whose life each human's life is inseparably linked. The degree of responsibility for this death-bound condition of nature depends upon the degree of freedom and upon the hierarchic place in the cosmos. Man is most responsible, and stones are least responsible. The Tsar is more responsible than the lowest of its subject. The liberation and creative search of all men and creation of the cosmos, the destinies of microcosm and macrocosm are inseparable. They rise and fall together. Man cannot escape the cosmos. He can only change it, transform it. The cosmos shares the fate of man, and hence the man shares the fate of cosmos. Only the man who takes the place in the cosmos prepared for him by the Creator has the power to transform the cosmos into a new heaven and new earth. Some people who study astrology and says about cyclic character of time, about terms that come, I can say that there are some terms who can be avoided and those who cannot be avoided. And right now, such a video is coming, and the consciousness of people, which is not ready, can change these cosmic terms. And unfortunately for Earth, it's happening right now. It can be slowed down for a while, but all the cosmos is related not only to the solar system, but also to the stars and constellations. HPB puts an emphasis on that, saying that about responsibility, we're responsible for everybody, and we cannot separate us with the cosmos. We're in the cosmos, and cosmos is in us, but only as we understand it, we can be part of this existing. Some questions of our existence already solved, but nobody wants to bear responsibility for any thought, for any word and deed. So we are coming to the earth till we follow our responsibility of our improvement of the earth and all spheres around. We'll finish a responsibility and improvement, and then we'll go to the ladder of improvement in diamond. Shine. Energies of Earth create mean that we are in constant battle between karma and freedom of will. Karma is related to every cell of our organism. In pure words, there are fights for a person between good and evil processes of the third battle like happening between waves of chaos and purifying for the better of for freedom from karma. Transformations is better for going upwards in the space, and it will open the gate for sparkles from the higher and from Fahad, and then it will be a way to the future. How much time is it left right now? It's already more. I'm sorry, because I have a large speech and hope it will be published and you will be able to read it as it comes printed. And I'd like to finish, and then I would like to mention this quotation from Madame Rerich and about unity of the mankind, what Vivekananda has mentioned, what Rerich has mentioned, and what Vernadsky from scientific positions mentions theological necessity of evolution for unity of the mankind. It's a creatory synchronism, isn't it? Vernadsky, I hope that he'll see it in the future, and he tells all of that. Here you can see Rerich's Pact and the World League of Culture. Actually, it states evangelic principles of the Sermon on the Mount. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they'll be called sons of God. The League of Culture is what I wanted to mention. About the future, small quotation. Events will help the culture move to a larger refuge. Let no one think that this movement is not new. It will be the threshold of the new world. Thank you so much, Mr. Teretiev. But you wanted to tell about Blavatsky and quote her. Can I? I think everybody knows these quotations. More than once they read it, I think. Thank you so much, Mr. Teretiev. You have such a global study and propositions for the future. To think like that, to propose this maximum information, it is what only the practical researcher can do, who lives in the future. Thank you so much for ways that you open. Thank you so much. Let us live in the future with our thoughts, and for that, the thought should be fiery and high. And we continue our work session, and we invite Luke Michael Ironside, Theosophical Society of England, Director of the Virtual Center for Theosophical Studies, Great Britain, London. Luke Michael Ironside was born in the UK, studied media and communication in the Unitec Institute of Technology in New Zealand, and taught English at the London Teachers College in the UK. Theosophical lecturer and writer, member of the Theosophical Society ITR, member of the group based in Halcyon, California. He regularly lectured in the national headquarters in the Philippines and the UK. His articles have been published in various theosophical journals spotted around the world. Previously, Luke Michael Ironside was the president of Pranava the Theosophical Society in the Philippines, and right now he is the editor of the journal The Theosophical Vector, published in the International Theosophical Publishing House, Albatross. Currently, Virtual Center for Theosophical Studies at Ironside, Theosophical Society of England, with his report, The Unity of Life.
Thank you, and I extend my greetings to all attendees who are with us today. I'm most thankful to have been invited to speak at this International Theosophical Congress, and while I regret I was unable to attend in person, I'm very happy to be joining you all virtually here today. I chose the topic, the unity of life, because I think if we were to encapsulate the Theosophical worldview in a single word, that word would be unity. Unity is at the heart of the Theosophical perspective of life. Unity is the central theme of all Theosophical inquiry, and it is the central idea of Madame Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine. So I'd like to open with a quote from The Secret Doctrine, to quote the first fundamental proposition as put forth in the poem. The one absolute reality, which antedates all manifested conditioned being, which Madame Blavatsky states is an omnipresent, eternal, boundless, and immutable principle, on which all speculation is impossible, since it transcends the power of human conception. So this being the central idea, or the first fundamental principle of the Secret Doctrine and of Theosophical inquiry, we can see quite how significant this is, and how this is the unifying principle which underlies all other concepts and underlies all other aspects of the Theosophical worldview. So arriving at a proper understanding of this first fundamental proposition is imperative. And this is the absolute, the one reality, often referred to in Western philosophy by the term first cause, and yet better understood from the Theosophical conception by the term causeless cause, that which is infinite, unmanifested, and unmanifestable, whilst yet the source from which all else springs forth. Whilst the universe is pervaded by the duality of apparent forms, the opposite poles of subject and object, spirit and matter, are merely aspects of the fundamental unity which underlies them. The absolute itself is neither manifested nor manifestable. It is alone infinite and eternal, the universal form being but a passing appearance, or maya, to use the Sanskrit term. And so this first fundamental proposition asserts the unity and oneness of all life. It suggests an original, homogeneous source from which the differentiations of substance come into existence. The one manifests as the many, and from here arises the multiplicity of forms in nature and the diversity of cosmic life. And I think that's really fascinating to consider the incredible and rich diversity of the world, this ever-expanding diversity. And the more that science studies the world, the greater this diversity seems to come. The more that science explores the universe, both on a microcosmic level and also on a macrocosmic level, the more we're discovering how diverse life actually is. And so our awareness of the diversity of life is constantly expanding. It's constantly growing and expanding to include new forms of life, new forms of existence. And yet, being rooted in this awareness that we receive from our Theosophical studies, that this grand diversity of life is all from this one original source, makes this expanding realization all the more powerful and all the more amazing to consider. And following on in the Secret Doctrine, we have the statement that the fundamental identity of all souls with the universal oversoul, the latter being itself an aspect of the unknown root. And so this diversity in unity expands and includes the identity of the soul, the idea that the diversity of souls in existence are likewise unified, that there is a single universal oversoul at the root of all existence. And therefore, all existence is one at the most fundamental level. Differences and separations are only apparent and have no true basis in reality. Whilst in the midst of constant changes and fluctuations of daily life, this fact is an easy one to forget. The truth of unity remains ever existent before the surface. A single thread running throughout the variety of forms. The task of the Theosophist is to seek the one in the many. And it is this task, to seek the one in the many, that we find ourselves called to in living the Theosophic life, to recognize the fundamental identity of ourselves with all of life, and therefore which would lead us naturally to an altruistic, charitable, and compassionate perspective towards all forms of life, both human and non-human. So I think it's very interesting how firstly, the intellectual realization of the unity of life, later the spiritual realization of the unity of life leads to practical results. I think it's impossible to truly recognize the truth of the unity of existence without being in some way fundamentally changed by this, and to change in one's perspective and also in one's behavior towards one's environment and the world at large. So when we recognize this truth of unity, we change in the ways that we interact with other people. We change in the ways that we do business. We are less competitive. We change in the ways that we interact with strangers, with people we don't know on a personal level. We have fundamentally changed in the way that we interact with the world, which is why we have such axioms as the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, so within, so without. It's this idea that a change on one level causes a change on another level. So an inner change impacts the world. And by developing ourselves, by this process of self-transformation, which takes place as we arrive into a deeper recognition of the unity of life, we better the world at large. We create a better world. And so our daily experiences tend to reinforce the sense of separateness which pervades our outlook on life. The forms of life which surround us differ greatly from our own, and our tendency of thought is to focus on the differences, on our sense of individuality. And as such, we too often fail to recognize the unifying source that binds us together as one. Which is why in Theosophical study and in the study of Vedic literature, we find such ideas as Maya as contrasted with Parabrahman or reality. The idea that this illusion surrounds us. This illusion is all-pervading, and it's very easy to fall into the trap of perceiving the shadows on the wall of the cave as reality. And that's the purpose and necessity of discrimination in spiritual thought, to be able to distinguish between the real and the unreal, the shadows on the cave and the world itself as it is. Yet we, each of us, also experience fleeting moments of unity, where our focus of identification shifts from the personal self to that of the universal. This is the mystic experience referred to in the writings of the mystics of all ages and religious persuasions, most often captured in poetry, song, and art, for the fact of its experience transcending the limits of words. Looking beyond the tapestry of forms, the seeker may yet behold the unity beneath, the essence of the one. And so that's the interesting thing about the limitation of language. It's so often incapable of capturing reality in words, which is why we find that many mystics resort to things like poetry and art and music and other forms of expression. Reality transcends all of these forms. Naturally, it transcends any attempt to encapsulate it or to limit it. And yet, sometimes these forms are somewhat closer to an expression of reality than the huge limitations of language. And so we have established that underlying the world of form and of change and of daily experience, there must be a one reality, the essence of life and being, which transcends both mind and matter. To speculate further upon this ultimate principle is impossible, as it surpasses the reaches of finite speculation. In the words of the philosopher Spinoza, to define God is to deny him. The only statement that can be made regarding the nature of the absolute is that it is. I think it's another fascinating paradox in theosophical inquiry that the ultimate reality, which we are called to arrive at an awareness of, that we are called to recognize and understand, is essentially unknowable in our present state of evolution. So it's a fascinating paradox that requires much reflection. Everything in the universe is alive. There is no dead matter in truth. The entire cosmic play is an emanation of the absolute, as expressed in the universal life, by which is brought into form the countless varieties of life and activity in the phenomenal world. Even in the world of inorganic things is manifested that one underlying life. In every atom and particle may be found its animating spark. The active principle of this universal life is the creative will, which is forever at work in the creation and building up of new forms, shapes, and combinations, and the subsequent tearing down of such, for the purposes of recycling the material for use in new combinations of form. And we know from theosophical study that there is no reality to death. There is only the changing of forms, the shifting and changing and evolving from one shape to another. And that's what's taking place in this great process of the creative will. And the creative will thus has a threefold function, that of creator, preserver, and destroyer. The changes taking place, however, being merely in the reorganization of forms, the fundamental substance remaining ever the same, the change being but an outward appearance. The universal life is a great ocean of being, the depths of which remain ever still and undisturbed. the real essence of which is unmoved by the chaos of the crashing waves and billows that break upon the shore, the constant play of the creative will upon the surface of life. The one universal life is thus the grand manifestation of the absolute, in which the variety and multiplicity of forms are centers of consciousness, each expressing some unique aspect of the one life, whilst remaining vitally connected with all other such centers of energy or consciousness by the bond of unity underlying each and all. This idea is fundamental to arriving at an understanding of Theosophy, and must be taken as the proposition upon which the edifice of Theosophic thought is built. Without such unity, all would be chaos. Correlations between things would be but a fiction, and law, order, science, and cosmos would be as shadows in the dusk of the chaotic night. That all life is one, that all forms of manifestation exist in harmonious unity with one another, that all diversity is but apparent and must fade before the torch of truth. This is the great teaching of Theosophy, from which the well of wisdom springs forth. It is the tendency of the human intellect to report that life, in its many forms, is characterized by variety and separation, that there can be no unity amidst such diversity, and that such a concept would be opposed to the facts of nature. Yet from the higher reaches of the mind is revealed the knowledge of an underlying oneness, that, in spite of the appearance of duality and diversity, affirms the deeper truth of our connection to the one. Thus do we become aware of the illusion of separateness, the working fiction of the universe, which veils the fact of unity at the heart of our existence. Arriving at a consciousness of this unity is something that must be experienced before its truth can be properly realized. Intellectual speculation can only bring the seeker so far. The remainder of the path must be walked along the experiential road. This cosmic knowing is not always an immediate acquirement. For many, it is a gradual process whereby the seeker unfolds progressively into an awareness of the oneness of all life, and the fact of one's being a center of consciousness by which the universal life is made manifest. The seeker, therefore, recognize themselves as a center, a sun around which the whirling planets revolve, and it is only then that they may arrive at the fuller conception of the one life. And it's for this reason that it's emphasized that the study of the secret doctrine and the general walking of the Theosophical path is a truly experiential experience. It's not something which can be simply studied on the intellectual level. It's something which must be lived and experienced. It's a transformative experience. This shifting conception of the place of the human being in the grand scheme of cosmic existence is fueled by a realization in the hearts of those so ill-immuned as to the changing of the tides of human interaction. We have thus far found ourselves tied as a species to the vicious cycles of incessant violence and conflict. And yet, in turning one's gaze toward the horizon of the future, man perceives a bright beacon of hope upon the mountain peak of the coming age. A turning away from the primitivism of ages past in the light of a grander and nobler unfoldment of consciousness. Unity is the war cry of our current age. With each rising, man looks anew upon the circumstances of his life, and failing to perceive the underlying order beneath the seeming chaos, finds himself standing at a crossroads, between a new dawn or a fateful and final slide into the gaping chasm of despond. It is into this scene that we must emerge as students of the ageless wisdom, to carry forth the banner of brotherhood into the world. In facing the tides of darkness, the Theosophist conquers by the light of love and service. The Theosophist charges joyously into the fray, ever willing to stand up for the cause of unity. Such is the Theosophic life, the practical promulgation of unity by the means of faithful service. The realization of the oneness of life thus brings us at the last to a shift in our conscious outlook on life. No longer can we turn from the injustices and terrors of our world, the conflicts and struggles that so afflict our current age. We must each play a part in the creation of a better world, built upon the foundation of brotherhood, in whatever capacity that role may be. Theosophy offers us the means whereby we may fulfill such a role by shedding a light upon the often darkened path to reveal in part the road ahead. All that falls to us is to continue along the way through thickets and thorns, brake and brier, to the sunlight clearing that lies beyond the tangled path. Here we may bask in the light of unity, brothers and sisters all, united in common cause for the building of a world founded on the ideals of justice, cooperation, and peace. Thank you very much.
Господин Айронсайд, благодарим вас за дерзновенность.
Ironside, thank you so much for your boldness, persuasiveness, and firmness in matters which tend to blur. You somehow managed to concentrate all the key points in a special way, beside the very facts that provide a clear understanding of the processes of thinking about the unity, united by the common cause of building the world based on the ideals of justice, cooperation, and peace, the practice of every day. Thank you for the inspired appeal, which is so necessary on such a day and in such a year, in 190th year since birth of HPB. Thank you so much. We're waiting for speech of Volnov Ilya Nikolaevich, born in Moscow, graduated from Bauman Moscow State Technological University. Ilya Nikolaevich is candidate of technical sciences, worked as a researcher at the Technical University Mining Academy in Freiberg, Germany. Deputy Director of Science in Moscow State Industrial University, currently Director of the Center of Technological Support of Education at Moscow Polytechnic, author of more than 65 scientific publications and 4 monographs, curator of Science Art Exhibition project, media artist, developer of the authored Science RTS as technology of thinking. Volnov Ilya Nikolaevich, candidate of technical sciences, associate professor, director of the Center for Technological Support of Education of Moscow Polytechnic University, Moscow, Russia, with his report, The Synthesis of Science and Art as an Alternative to Digital Transformation.
Dear friends, thank you so much for this opportunity to take part in this conference. I'm feeling very good. It's like feeling of completeness. Sometimes they say I'm embracing you with music. Musicians say that. And I would like to embrace our world. And we are doing that because we are broadcasting to all the continents. We are embracing the whole world. And by doing that, I would like to say that this world is seeing actually very scary things. Sometimes you can be scared by that, but Mrs. Blavatsky had so many times an opportunity to be scared, but she wasn't scared, and we should not be scared. Let's have a look what we can oppose to this so-called digital transformation. I will say a couple of words by estimation of this idea, but let me start from a word from ISIS Unveiled. Human structure, just like the universe, is formed from triangles. Very interesting phrase. We'll see why it is formed from triangles. Let's move on to the next slide. Something about this new future that management elites gives us. Far too often it turns into sustainable development, digital transformation, green economics. What is it? It's an attempt to keep status quo, but those elites that are managing us. And keeping this status quo is getting harder and harder. A scenario of sustainable development is launched. It's oxymoron. This development cannot be sustainable. They suggest to digitalize man and culture and move on to so-called meta universe, which is a mix of real universe and virtual. So you can just pause your reality and go back. It's not something normal. And they want it to be managed by artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? It's quite a scary thing. I hope that we will understand it's something unbelievable future, impossible future, even though now it is presented as only possible future. And I'm surprised that this society believes that. I would say, no, it's not our future. No, we will build another future. Yelena Petrovna Blavatsky said, the materialism of today was born from the root yesterday. If its growth is not delayed, it will become our master. We raise our voice for spiritual freedom. We are for liberation from any tyranny, be it the tyranny of science or theology. And we should add to this list technologies as well. Technologies are now the cornerstone. The humanity think that technology will solve our issues, but it is not so. What has been going on with science? It's happening like that because we are building on the logic of material science. It's said that everything created from stochastic or random processes. So humans and the whole universe is a result of random processes. That's why we are not perfect and we can improve ourselves according to technology and science. We are moving along this scenery of transhumanism. We are trying to create hybrid systems mixed with our structures. And that after that, there will be minimization of our biological beings, and we will move on to non-humans. We are talking about wars, like limitless war against humans. We can have a look at philosophy here. They say that it's like Satanism. I say this, and what do you think about that? We are working on that in terms of science. We are moving along this path trying to follow the scientific logic. This logic cannot survive. This means that this science will go distinct or transform. Let's have a look at the last century. Two revolutionary transformation happened according to Chopin. Classical physics moved to relativity theory, non-classic physics, and then after new understanding of synergy and quantum mechanics, it moved on to post-neoclassical form. You can visualize it with a triangle according to slides. So the classical science works only on object. Non-classical adds method there, and post-classical creates the whole triangle and adds subject there. The result of our studies is influenced by subject and object, that is, by a human being. I would like to ask you the following question, moving on a little bit. In Greek tradition, harmony and beauty is understood through symmetry. The question is this triangle of science is symmetrical in modern science? And I would like to emphasize your attention to the fact that it is not asymmetrical. Our science is not symmetrical. We need to restore this symmetry. Let me give some other examples. So there are arguments in favor of asymmetry of this triangle. For example, the crisis of scientific knowledge. We are observing it. Those who listen to me, pay attention that science is incapable of responding to global challenges. And the global of our time nowadays that we see, for example, in customization requirements of industry, the necessity to personalize education, for example, we cannot know how to do that. And in terms of challenges of artificial intelligence as well. One of the theses, one of the ideas is as follows. Science, even after these two transformations, still wants to be separate from other forms of knowledge, like art, philosophy, and religion. I would like to show that this separation is not possible. Science will have to extend its field and start be linked with reality. Without communication with other areas of knowledge, science will not be able to overcome its crisis that is linked with the crisis of human existence. I will talk about art, but other fields are important as well. Let's pay more attention to science, how it works, how it functions, how it lives. First of all, methodological principle of science, its repeatability of results. Science says that only repeatable results can be scientific. If you find a unique result that you cannot recreate or repeat, this unique result automatically is excluded from a science and from scientific field. Science pays no attention, is blind to unique results. How can we consider creating personalized educational projects for individuals, for unique personalities, if science is blind to uniqueness? Now, art, it works with uniqueness as well. If a piece of art is not unique, it fails to be a piece of art. It becomes a piece of craft and work. Now, how science thinks? It considers method of optimal thinking as obsolete, or rather universal. They consider the Akama razor as something optimal, well-known principle. The principle of thinking effective process that helped us to go to space, to understand the nuclear power. But this principle will not allow us to overcome the crisis that is caused by acceleration of scientific development. Any accelerated development causes the crisis of such a system, and by saving methods you cannot overcome this principle. You have to go to the opposite, to excessiveness, which is absent in science. But art is based on the excessiveness of thinking. For example, a poet who wakes up at night and starts writing their poems on the wallpapers. This is not an optimal thinking. Of course, you can write by sitting at the desk, but if you are inspired, you would do that on the wallpapers. Another example, how does science build logic? Science excludes any contradictions. If you face a contradiction, they say, your logic is wrong. Go think again. But we like contradictions. Scientific thinking would be called monolithic by philosophers, but our world is built out of contradictions. Art is built on contradictions. The power of manifested contradiction is explained, or rather shown, through the magic of art. Look at Mona Lisa. She's smiling with one part of her mouth and she's sad with the other. It's a contradiction. And we can talk about more profound forms of such manifestations. I named just some examples, but today I would like to talk about time. We see that, as well as we see the restrictions of scientific knowledge here. I would like to say some examples. For example, time is very interesting substance, and I hope that after this report, you would say that we understand time in a different way. Science, we as Western civilization are building on Greek tradition. But in Greece, we see two types of time, Chronos, for example, and the other one. Let's have a look at the definition of Chronos. Chronos is the god of limitless time and cycles. But this is according to Greek tradition, Chronos actually is different. After the moment, or certain moments, we see that the second aspect is expressed when Chronos is depicted crippling Uranus, his father. And after that, absolute time becomes finite and conditional. A part is taken from the whole, thus showing that Saturn, the father of the gods, was transformed from eternal duration into a limited period. Another aspect of time is as follows. Time is integrating into our material reality, and it becomes limited time. What does science do? It uses previous linear and cyclic aspects, and science rejects cyclical time or cyclic time, and it gets only linear form of time while discarding the cyclic form. And it works only with linear time. And then it is understood mechanically. And it is understood as space. So the time, the linear time, is understood as space. Two moments of time like 2 points of space, cannot be superposed on each other. And this time and space are rejected and removed of everything that is not describable in mechanical movements. So time and space is desacralized and become empty, mechanical, or dead. And so we see that they are desacralized. We're talking about classical and non-classical science, and they are formulated for dead time. Hence, it's getting comprehensible that when modern science trying to describe a living system, it fails. There are so many wrong examples of building models because living systems live through time that can live, but the science is created for dead time. In order to create living systems, we need to go out of dead time. We mentioned Kronos, and the cyclic form of Kronos is, let's call it cyclus. And another important part is Kairos. Kairos is, you have to have art to work with Kairos. And this art is called spontaneity. We are talking about art. There are no such forms of time in science, but they are the basis of art. The art of working with Kairos waits for inspiration, and it uses cyclic forms of time while building upon each other. So art becomes non-linear, discrete, and not discontinuous, immeasurable. So we get back to three forms of time: linear, cyclic, and spontaneity, which are called Kronos, Cyclus, and Kairos. Two triangles: triangle of knowledge, method, object, and subject, and triangle of time, Kronos, Cyclus, Kairos, and triangle science, art, and technology that I worked on. Now, moving back to symmetry in Greek tradition, we can state that triangle of modern science are not symmetrical, they are deformed. Classical science is a triangle that are denigrated to one vertex of linear time. In non-classical science, the situation is better, but it's also denigrated. And we can actually, in science, art, and technology, create types of scenarios as symmetry of triangles. If we are building a scheme, we need to keep it symmetrical. If in scenario this triangle is deformed, this is a wrong future. Let's have a look at artificial intelligence. It is in linear chronics, which means that it is not our future. Digital transformation is not our future. It's just Satanism, as I said. Art can be understood as a way to restore symmetry of these triangle balances. It's a carrier of Kairos and Cyclus, and by carrying its ways of understanding of time, it harmonizes and brings beauty in the different forms of human activities. In those forms that are provoking crisis, synthesis of art and science will give a new way of science that will be based on the principle of beauty. We don't have it now, but it should be based on the binary relations within this trial. For example, in technology and art, we will have a new form of relation, technical science. And on another line between art and science, we will get scientific art. Art is now one of the best methods. So thank you for this exhibition and amazing works that are exhibited here. It's what we need in order to harmonize everything, the whole cosmos. And through this network that embrace our planet, I hope that we will bring beauty. Dear friends, thank you so much for this, for your attention.
Мы рады были вместе.
We were happy to be with analysis with you to make this research of digital transformation. Probably this problem of challenges in the future in the society you have formulated can be compensated with synthesis of art and science and can keep technology from completely subordinating society to material digital transformation. This confirms the ways of consciousness development in the light of the study of the secret doctrine as the synthesis of science, religion, and philosophy. Thank you so much for science art as for a way of thinking. I have a commentary of Mr. Ashupkin. You are welcome.
Сейчас, секундочку, вам дадут микрофон.
Да, ну если там нет, то я там сам.
Значит, доклад прекрасный, Илья Николаевич.
It was a great report by Mr. Volnov, and
Я бы сказал,
I almost agree, but from one remark, digitalization that it is in place that you've mentioned and that you presented in such a great character, it's absolutization of applied sciences and lack of fundamental breakthroughs in science. All technology that is established is based on all the discoveries of the 20th century. There are no discoveries, but these new discoveries are made by artists. In science, it is a breakthrough. Fundamental science is actually this creativity. But now these discoveries are meant to happen. The science is close to it, and I think it will happen. Synthesis of science, theosophy, and religion will happen, mentioned by HPP. Thank you. Thank you so much. I cannot avoid saying that if you imagine, Mr. Volnov, that space is human mind, if Chronos is thought, then we will not in the deadlock of limits that you've mentioned, even if it's digital technology and the digit can become number because there is the eternal movement of thought. I'd like to ask you to excuse me because I was not changing the slides. I didn't know how to do it, but my project in Russia in August was called Number as Image, and the exhibition is built on the idea that now the situation contradicts figure to number. We have only figure, we don't have any number, but we should come back to this number. This is chimeric unity of this digit or figure and number. Let this figure remain in Zuckerberg's universe, but we are for number and we are going for the number. It was already done by HPP, so we should study it, and we invite Narendran Ani
виртуального Теософского
Theosophical Society of India, Director of Educational Virtual Theosophical Research Center, Mumbai, India, rethinking Madame Blavatsky for the 21st century. Anya Narendran was born in India in a family of artists, graduated from Madras School Economics, awarded with a degree of Industrial Relations, profession, banking consultant, financial man.
редакционный совет журнала «Студенческие новости»,
Was a
издаваемого
member of editorial
университетской службы.
journal Student News published by the World University Service in Geneva for the Indian
метафизического журнала.
Later, he was a correspondent in Mumbai for the metaphysical magazine Phoenix Rising. Member of the Theosophical Society since 1975, he served as the general manager of the International Theosophical Youth Center in Adyar, Chennai, the headquarters of the Theosophical Society.
Гандианском
Adamant's
журнале.
articles have been published in the Bombay Theosophical Bulletin, the Gandhian magazine Gandhi Rights and Synergy Mumbai, Theosophical Forward Brazil, Photo magazine Greece, Hermes magazine Athens, Albatross Moscow, TOS newsletter USA. His articles have been translated into Spanish, Finnish, Japanese, and Russian. Lecturer on the topics of theosophical metaphysics and art history. He is currently honorary treasurer of Blavatsky Lodge of the Theosophical Society in Mumbai, a life member of the Theosophical Order of Service, Director of Education of the Virtual Center for Theosophical Studies at Adyar. Narendran Ani, Theosophical Society of India, Director of Education, Virtual Theosophical Research
Мадам
by
Блаватская.
India, with his report Rethinking Madame Blavatsky for the 21st Century.
Greetings from Mumbai to the Theosophical Society of Russia, Adamant Lodge, Brother Vladimir Vyari, Evgenia, the team, fantastic global event that you have launched both virtually and physically, and all the lovely attendees from across the world. Allow me to bring greetings to you on this wonderful location where we are actually not thinking of the past Blavatsky, we are thinking of the future Blavatsky. So the article today is going to be Reinventing Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky for the 21st century. So we're going to be futuristic. An article published in the Hindu, a national newspaper based out of Chennai, India, captioned Madame Blavatsky, Messenger of Light, Foreseeing the Future. The role of Madame Blavatsky has been extolled as an ageless contributor to human consciousness. To quote, if we quote her, she was one of the most extraordinary women of her times, whose knowledge of esoteric and scientific truths made her one of the most powerful influences of modern spiritual thought. Further, to quote another passage from the same article, Mohandas K. Gandhi, that is Mahatma Gandhi, writes, I recall having read Madame Blavatsky's The Key to Theosophy. The book stimulated me to read books on Hinduism and disabused me of the notion that Hinduism was rife with superstition. Ironically, as was the trend at that point of time, many women artists, poets, and social reformers were relegated and found their recognition gained credence posthumously. Artists like Hilma of Klint, Agnes Pelton are some of the theosophical inspired names that come to mind. In the same vein, at the time of her death, Madame Blavatsky's contribution in the same I think Mr. Entice, can you please mute yourself? Mr. Entice Okuku, thank you for your cooperation. Yes, thank you for your cooperation. In the same vein, at the time of her death, Madame Blavatsky's contribution to human civilization overshadowed by a minuscule group of pessimists. This was not to stay, For the last 2 decades, Blavatsky's contribution is being recognized and discussed not only by students of Western esotericism, but in the conferences of linguists, artists, scientists, and the vast ramification of human activity through which Theosophy has been silently influencing. In one of the first global organized conferences in 2013, it was called Enchanted Modernities, Theosophy, Modernism, and the Arts in the Modern World. It brought to focus the hitherto ignored impact of Theosophy in painting, sculpture, art, music, and architecture. It had its edition in North America as well. It was a trigger for many artists to come to limelight. The conference had its repeat edition organized by Dr. Gauri Viswanathan of Columbia University in collaboration with York University in the UK in 2015. The conference also discussed the entanglement of Theosophy with science, technology, and medicine. The hidden influence of Theosophy in the global cultural transformation became evident, to quote Professor Joy Dixon of British Columbia University of Vancouver. Quote, after Theosophy, it makes a sense for ontological turn in historic practice, the primordial Cartesian distinction between mind and matter, between knowing and being, the epistemological and ontological that makes modernity's objective standard of truth and realness possible. In the first place, after Theosophy is a paper on religion, science, and sexuality in Great Britain, and a sequential to the explosion to the research on Theosophy worldwide in the last 2 decades. Professor Marco Passi of the Department of Hermetic Philosophy in the University of Amsterdam and organizer of the 2013 edition of Theosophy, related conferences says, quote, Theosophy is the way in which spiritual technicalities help in breaking away from existing canon and norms. It facilitated the emergence of a new form of consciousness that contradicted any rational or purely formal interpretation of artistic creation. The immense cosmological and historic vistas presented by Theosophy had the power for many of their followers to relativize traditional notions of science and religion, which enabled them for a new construction of the past. The conference organizers were expecting a participation of 100 and ended up with 2,000 participants worldwide. In his book, God, Science, and the Secret Doctrine, clinical psychologist Christopher Holmes explains how the secret doctrine has been a storehouse of veritable scientific facts. It is being validated in modern day discoveries and research in mainstream science. To quote the author, the secret doctrine presented a holographic view of reality a century before modern science arrived at similar concepts. It is truly a remarkable work that comes of age in the 21st century, providing a remarkable model of intelligent design based on zero-point dynamics, holographic model of real space, and divine principle of mystic creation. Other scientists who have proved and echoed the same sentiment of Blavatsky's scientific treatise are Carl Sagan, who suggests that modern science must take cognizance of mystics' axiom side by side with scientific hypothesis. Many of the previous speakers echoed the same language. Stephen Hawking, for example, he also provides a physics and metaphysical of the empty heart space. So the heart space was lacking in science, which Blavatsky brought in. Blavatsky's contention of one, like Luke talked about, Blavatsky's contention of one unified intelligence thrilling through every finite point of the universe was validated by David Peat of the Queen's University in London who worked with quantum theorist David Bohm. He worked in the area of collective consciousness of Carl Jung and explained that synchronicity was non-local psychological reality in addition to material reality, and both are informed by unified active intelligence and are ultimately part of the whole. This echoes the meaning provided by David Bohm, author of Wholeness and the Implicate Order. Blavatsky's foresight of science was brilliant. It may go well into a few centuries by the time all propositions will be validated. The Nobel Prize for Physics in 2020 was awarded to 3 scientists. One among them was Dr. Penrose from the University of Cambridge for his discovery of black hole and the pre-existence of another universe, a theory explained by Blavatsky in her Manavantaras and Pralaya cycles. The area of study of Western esotericism, the introduction of Theosophy to the works of Madame Blavatsky shattered the frontiers of the narrative by an exponential scale. Western esotericism became global with the inclusiveness of Oriental mysticism. Madame Blavatsky's introduction of Theosophy to the West through the secret doctrine brought to the focus concepts from Hinduism and its offshoot, which are Buddhism. Both philosophies now form part of a universal phalanx of knowledge and wisdom. There is no study of Western esotericism possible without discussion on Theosophy. Active departments with a focus on Theosophy have emerged in recent years. The University of Amsterdam, Marco Passi, the University of Vienna, Dr. Julian Strub, University of Copenhagen, Tim Rudborg, University of Harvard, James Santucci, University of Tel Aviv, Ms. Julie Chajes and Bose Huss, University of Kobe, Toshia Akei are some of the centers of Theosophist learning and research. This list is ever expanding as Theosophy comes into focus as a mainstream body of wisdom. Julie Chajes' book on Blavatsky is another brilliant addition to the list of books on Madame HPB. The book, Recycled Lives, A History of Reincarnation in Blavatsky's Theosophy, that has been written by Julie Chajes. Soon, there will be another book by Professor Marina Alexandrova from the University of Austin, Texas, on the Russian context of Madame Blavatsky's work. Finally, in the land of the birth of Madame Blavatsky's Russia, there is a great reawakening to the contribution of Madame Blavatsky to the global consciousness. Efforts are on to publish her scrapbooks, which have been restored at Adyar in Chennai Library by Dutch and Russian archivists. The Boris Zurkov writings on HPB, which is 14-volume series, has also caught the attention of Moscow-based publishing house, and the first volume stands published. The release of Russian translation of Sylvia Cranston's seminal and painstaking biography on HPB is being released in this international conference. This is bound to stir up widespread interest in studying HPB's work. Most importantly, the Theosophical Society of Russia, Adamant Lodge, is doing phenomenal path-breaking work with the dedicated leadership of Vladimir Yari and Evgenia Shapornikova. They have built teams of academic students, scientists, artists from all over the world, and primarily in various Russian universities. Their secret doctrine research is the most exhaustive study on the subject, with scholars across the world involved in the project. They have collaborated with the Virtual Center of Theosophical Studies in the study series on the same subject. These are some of the salient points that come to mind, and the impact of Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky is impacting many diverse fields of human activities. She'll remain a light bearer to the human civilization, bringing to the fore the concept of unity of universe well into the 21st century. Thank you so much.
Уважаемый господин Нарендран,
Dear Mr. Narendran, your position
и трудов Елены Петровны
in
Блаватской
understanding Madame
теми путями,
Blavatsky's works are similar to paths in Russia that are defining ways of the philosophical society development, because nothing has changed since HPB has it. We only see more attacks, misunderstandings, blocking of those to do something, not just to reason how it should be. Because it's so important and timely to remind all of you about those difficulties of overcoming the inertia of habitual thinking when you've just read, when it seems to you that you've already done, but it's so different to read and to do. It's so easy to read, so difficult to do. And thank you so much for these parting words. Arni Narendran, India. We continue our working session, and I give the parole to Mr. Yari, Theosophical Society of Russia, head of the Moscow School of Theosophy, Moscow, Russia, president of Adamant Lodge. Vladimir Vasilievich was born in Siberia, Krasnoyarsk region, Borodino, served in the armed forces of the Russian army, graduated from Siberian Institute of Business Management and Psychology in Krasnoyarsk, majoring in psychology, worked as head of Center of Civic Education, member of the Theosophical Society since 2009, created schools of theosophy in Krasnoyarsk region, Gorny Altai, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kirov, Yekaterinburg, Saratov, Ufa, Voronezh, Bийsk, Moldova, Belarus, project manager in regional Theosophical seminars of Russia, international research seminars, The Sacred Doctrine. Mr. Vladimir Yari, psychologist, head of the Theosophy School, president of the Adamant Lodge, with his report dedication to H.P. Blavatsky. We constantly say that there is always some new flow. We should enter it, they say, according to cosmic laws, laws of evolution. But for that, H.P. Blavatsky, who knew, who only knew, gives us this thought for today's meditation. According to it, intelligence is not shown by witty words, but by wise actions. So from this position, if an action expresses the sense, understanding, and application of this knowledge in reality, directly in practice, practical application is expressed in necessity to handle in three previous circles. Establishment of the Theosophical Society is 60 years cycles multiplied by 3 from 1875, when the Theosophical Society was founded. From that moment, by going through these 3 cycles of our mind, its evolution, we go into the 4th. The 4th is like 3 fell into 4. It's so important that this idea is finally manifested for those minds who were seeking, who were transforming their consciousness according to necessity of co-sounding with special processes of the universal mind. What is the universe? The universe is the field, the space of differentiated substance, of the united element that established the cause of time. From its duration, the time became a necessary constant for expressing this great harmony of the universe. presented in differentiation and in this or that combination of the evolutionary mind process or the divine thought. And Herrn Chuhan's their hierarchy of divine creatures, due to the impetus called Forhat, this divine power, the universal will, made Herrn Chuhani forces of mind, give birth or establish the causes expressed by those nidanas that were put in like the zodiac. The zodiac or those constellations with which there is esoteric entrance, consistent entrance, where the substances are contained, the substances of their higher will, that as Akasha is differentiated, because at this plane Akasha is differentiated. Because Akasha is the cause of the sound. It's not a sound, it's just the cause of it. So according to differentiation, this cause is revealed as the logos. The logos, the word. But this word should sound. And according to that substance, that primordial substance called the ether, as the ether is a sound, is expressed as a word, a sound. It expresses the essence of Akashic vibration that has sounded as the logos, as the word in space. By differentiating this space or by creating the sphere of consciousness for the mind, or the worlds, or the planes of being, according to these vibrations or the logos, it sounded as 7 voices. According to these 7 voices, there was a note or musical notes. That is how the space or the spheres of consciousness have their 7 notes. According to these vibrations, life of consciousness forms is developed. These reasonable persons created this potentiality, manifested as forms of mind corresponding to any plane of existence. That 7-fold character of the planes of existence starts from the 4th plane. Right now, we're at those 3 planes that are as the 3 cycles of Arab June, or 60 years old ones. The humanity existed in its consciousness that watches, and I would even say in reflectory one, co-sounding with this spatial thought given by HPB as the secret doctrine, the stanzas. Unfortunately, she hasn't finished this work, but the relativity law works. And those who say not accomplished, actually it happened as it was supposed to happen in human mind by those 3 circles that we were passing through. That was where we could not consciously, reasonably apply our psychic energy according to perception of these vibrations. we just were feeling abstractly some new flow of energy, changing our relation to conditions, to life. It was changing it, but still we were under a kind of cap, like the space was hidden from us. So the time has come of the fourth circle when we have in our mind this pre-image of the future form of the universe. I said globally, but actually the human being is the builder of the universe and no one else could do it. We are building the universe and it gives us, according to the karmic law, conditions. In these conditions, we live through them, and if we live in these conditions and still resist to something, if we think that it should not take place, if we think that it violates our personal space, then of course we create our nidanas. We start to give birth to something. The same way, it's following the same law that once created Tian Chouhan's nidanas of causes and effects according to cosmic laws. But we create our nidanas as the causal law according to our spontaneous character or ignorance. Here are reasons causing existence of world where we suffer in our own creations. So the major idea that was stated in HPB work in Agni Yoga by Madame Rerich as well were the two main questions: to know laws of karma and to learn incarnations. It gives us understanding of why we live here or why we're here in this incarnation on earth. And the law of karma as a teacher guides us. So it means that we consciously and responsibly coexist in this being and build our own universe, as humanity was created for that. The fourth stage of these pre-images, of these ideas that allow us to coexist, HPB gives it as cosmogenesis, as anthropogenesis, as theogenesis. Theogenesis given by Franchel Lague, the teaching of the temple, the third volume of the Secret Doctrine, Theogenesis. So these three fell into four, into our present. And it was also said by the teachers of humanity that the Secret Doctrine is given for the third millennium. This question should also be considered from the point of view proposed by H.I. Rerich in Agni Yoga and HPB in Theosophy, as well as in Mahatma's letters. If it's all synthesis, then what is the third millennium? These are 10 centuries. 10 centuries. And Rabdruna, as well as we count time. And now let us imagine that every person has an opportunity to understand what was done, to understand the 10 stances that were given in the Sacred Doctrine during the whole life. For that, it's enough to have 30 years. 30 years are enough for that. It's such a surprise that in one incarnation we can understand
А усваивая их,
circumstances.
мы же входим в медитативное состояние.
By understanding them, we've come into meditative state.
Получается, что осваивая их,
And by trying to understand them, we are coming into the state of the single, of the united, into the state of
созвучие. И это созвучие по аналогии должно работать от единого к частному.
and in the state where we go from ideal to particular private one. It's actually how we switch
Знание от чисто материального
in ourselves from illusionary vision of this reality to that abstract non-being and combine being and non-being. Is the
синтез и заключен вот этой
synthesis adheres to this Rab-June 60-year cycle. It's so important as H.P. Blavatsky was given Mahayana system, and it's not in vain that she is called Bodhisattva in the East because
И
this
она
is Bodhisattva teaching, and
знала эту
she
систему.
surprisingly knew this system, as one correspondent said.
Понимаете, мы имеем возможность
We
уникальную.
have a unique opportunity.
Выдана книга
There is the
с
book
Владимиром Анатольевичем Бакановым.
by
Это
Vladimir Bakhanov.
систематизация, тайное
It
доктрина.
systematizes the secret
И прошло
doctrine,
как раз 30 лет,
and there have been 30 years that have passed as this book
Она есть у нас.
was implemented into this existence. We have it, we've brought it.
Понимаете, уже все есть.
Everything is here. Everything is here for science, and this transition can be done because you know that as the fourth
Ко всем трудам.
that the fourth dimension exists, and what was added to these 60-year cycles is the quality of time. Always mentioned, but not the quality of time. Why? Because this knowledge was not applied in life. It was difficult to apply it. There was no awareness. We needed to have experience, living through
Непосредственно каждый.
this knowledge, applying it to every day of our existence, and in a unique way, it
Неполных
means
еще.
that the three non-complete circles of Agni Yoga, each 60 years long, gave us this fiery pyramid symbolizing fire. Agni Yoga is being formed in life of aware application of the sacred doctrine, of this meditative thinking conscious state.
3 года, так сказать, 3 круга проходили 60-летних.
We've lived through three 60-year cycles and have formed this consciousness able to apply these categories in life, to manifest them. And in this time, by this term, Agni Yoga comes in order to use this aware psychic energy of the spatial fire, make it combine with the seed of spirit
Понимаете, вот
consciously and responsibly. It all comes together the way the time has come. For each person to manifest this idea of the great fraternity into life, the time has come. And this year of the new consciousness, the tiger, symbolizes this newborn, the Christ. All ugly things in the world are done only because
ленивое сознание,
There is lazy
свободное
consciousness,
мышление,
habitual thinking,
предубежденное сознание.
which
Ведь мы должны бороться только с самостью
deals
собой,
with stereotypes. We need only
самостью,
fight
с эгоизмом,
ourself, our
с
egoism,
предубежденностью своей.
our
Вот где война-то идет.
prejudice.
А
Here
соответственно,
is
что должно происходить?
where the fight is, what
Индивидуально у
cooperation
каждого
should
из вас.
happen individually by each and every
Как
of you.
только мы в себе устанавливаем
If
мир,
we establish peace inside
мы
our
тем
souls,
самым установили
we
сотрудничество.
establish cooperation by that.
Просто подчинили
And
себя, низшую всю свою природу, низший манас. То есть
co-subordinate
человек мыслитель,
the lower
низший
manners
манас это его
as the person
привилегия.
of thinking, and the lower manners is the
Он низший
privilege we
манас
have. The lower
дает
manners
тебе способность в таком
opens
случае
the
для
capacity
понимания
in such a case
и осознания
to understand
действительности.
and to be aware
Вот
of
почему,
reality.
собственно,
That is why
и была создана вся эта эволюция
this whole
эльфийской
evolution,
божественности, которая
the divine
проявляет
thought,
сознание
was
и человека
established,
создала такую очень
revealed in the
важный принцип.
person,
Это
and
личность,
creating
которая
the personality
отражает принцип
principle in person,
низшего манаса.
revealing the principle of the lower manners.
Очень важен низший манас,
The lower manners is so
который, в
important.
общем-то, работает логикой.
It works by
Сам
logic,
низший манас.
the lower
Логическое
manners
мышление,
itself.
ну, наука,
Logical
например.
thinking can be called science,
Наука-то должна логически как-то
as
мыслить, выводы
science
делать,
should
да?
be logical in
И
its
для этого
conclusions
все,
anyway.
все есть возможности.
And here are all the opportunities for
Они
that.
заложены изначально.
They are put there
Потому что
initially
в этой личности
because
каждой
in this
личности,
personality
вот
that is
этого
being
года,
born,
присутствует
of this year in particular,
эманация высшего
there are
манаса,
emanations of the higher
излучение
manners,
такое,
the race,
чистейшей, разумной
the purest,
природы человека,
rational human
его
nature,
высшей природы,
his high nature,
выраженной творческим процессом.
expressed
И
in
вот этот творческий
creative
полностью
process.
впечатан в
And
наш
this
собственный.
creature is fully reflected in our
Представляете, в моем
personality.
уме
Could you
низшего
even
манаса.
imagine that in our mind, in these
И
lower
когда
manners?
говорят, что
And
у
when
меня
they
нет
say
ума,
that I don't have
ну
any
это безумие,
mind, then
потому что у нас
it's
есть все.
because we have everything.
И вот уже следуя такой мысли, я хочу
And by
сказать,
following this thought, I'd like to say
все очень просто.
everything is that simple.
Ну, до удивительности просто. Просто какая-то
And
сказка,
so
наверное.
surprisingly simple. It's even a fairy tale
Вот
in
этот
reality.
четвертый круг,
This
он
fourth
дал ясное
circle gave
представление,
us clear
что
understanding of
и зачем
what and why.
все эти знания и учения.
Why we have all this knowledge and
Они
teachings.
переходят
They
во
go
внутренний процесс
in
всего
the
лишь
internal
двумя
state
моментами.
only by two moments.
Знание законов
Knowledge of
или
laws
кармы
or
и
karma
перевоплощение.
and reincarnations.
Все.
That is all.
Очень просто.
It's
И
so
тогда
simple.
возникнет синтез.
And then the
И
synthesis will
понимание, и
take
все
place,
происходит.
as well as
Потому что
understanding and
сразу мы
everything,
установили
because
цель.
we
Цель
already
абсолютной истины
established the
для
cause
каждого из нас,
of the
и каждый
absolute truth
индивид
for
увидит
everyone,
эту
and
истину,
each individual will see
увидит
this truth,
смысл
will see
существования.
this
Все.
sense of why we
И
exist.
уже, я
That
бы
is
так
all.
сказал,
And
вся система,
all the system,
треугольники, числа,
triangles,
перечисления, цифры,
numbers, lists,
все
digits,
надо.
we need it all.
В этой вселенной, в нашей,
In this universe, we have
все необходимо.
everything
Вот
is
все
necessary.
необходимо.
Everything is necessary.
Вы знаете, вот когда состояние,
As the
которое
state
говорят, вот, медитация, она как бы так
of meditation,
размыта
they
в
say
сознании,
it's quite
особенно
blurred.
западного человека, представление его.
This notion is
По
quite
сути дела, это
blurred
размышление.
in the mind of the West
Простое размышление,
person, but it's just
способность
contemplation,
размышлять.
just ability to
Но
contemplate.
медитация предполагает,
But the
что мы
meditation
будем размышлять
means that we will
над
contemplate
чем-то
on
рожденным в
something
нас самих.
born in our own selves, inside ourselves. We should have some thought born, and then we'll reflect. But when the person reflects on the thought brought from somewhere, from the society, from a particular scientist or lecturer, it doesn't work. That is all. It doesn't work because it was not born by him or her. There is no co-sound. It's of different character, but we can just give birth to our own thoughts and contemplate on them, and that is the processes of real creativity, the beginning of it. Here you can see simultaneously, harmoniously, everything is inside this circle. Actually, it is a plate image. You can just cut this cable off and show it to us. But just imagine that this cable is the sphere, the dodecahedron. Such a structure of dodecahedron. Here are pentagrams in every direction of the space. And in general, you can see 6 directions of space, or the cube of parameters. These directions of space are called. Here is an opportunity for human mind to perceive, and the energy perceived in every direction of space symbolizes 10 nidanas. 2 nidanas are out of this 10. The snake and the dragon are beyond this decade, the cause and the effect. This characteristic of human mind to take these energies and to react. It requires awareness.
The things that you understood, you start to experiment, to live with this. And in this, we acquire the art, we master, and when we achieve the mastership in any sphere of activity, I don't know, maybe if you're writing something, maybe you're a community helper, but when you master this skill, you may become a master in any other sphere of activity, because practically you gathered a fruit of this synthetic understanding and comprehension how to apply this idea to quality of life in this world of being. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your live word, for your live thought. And I think that today every one of us touched this common thought, and everyone dedicated their own thought to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Dear friends, the moment has come, an important solemn moment of announcing the results of the contests that are traditionally held within the framework of the Congress. These are international poetry and art competitions dedicated to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. The idea of holding the contest was due to drawing attention to the name of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky and the secret doctrine of representatives of the art sphere. This year, for the first time, children's works are presented in such quantity that we had to organize a separate exhibition, and it was called The Children of Blavatsky. I dedicate. From different parts of the world, children sent their paintings and dedicated them to our great compatriot who made invaluable contribution, their art. I don't 82 cities of the Russian Federation, 18 countries of the world, at least 160 participants and more than 250 paintings were submitted to the art contest. The first round of inclusion in the eclectic version of the art exhibition was attended by 79 adult artists and 53 children's works. 28 participants and 20 adults and 28 participants of children reached the final, and from their paintings, which were printed using special technology and decorated in a single design, an international art exhibition was formed, an exhibition dedicated to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. And those who reached the final, the competition commission selected the winners. Today we thank all the authors of the paintings. These are artists from the Ukraine, India, Kazakhstan, Poland, France, Romania, Zambia, Moldova, Australia, the United States of America, Belarus, East Africa, Armenia, South Africa, Indonesia, and of course from the Russian Federation, Bashkortostan, the Krasnoyarsk region, Kemerovo region, Samara region, Tomsk region, Stavropol, Abakan, Arkhangelsk, Asino, Tomsk region, Belgorod, Blagoveshchensk, Vladimir, Volgograd, Vologda, Voronezh, Yekaterinburg, Irkutsk, Kaluga, Krasnodar, Kurgan, Lipetsk, Moscow, Nizhny Novgorod, Novosibirsk, Perm, Pskov, Ryazan, Sevastopol, Simferopol, Sortavala, Sochi, Taganrog, Tambov, Toliati, Tiva, Tyumen, Udomla, Ufa, Cheboksary, Chelyabinsk, Sherdlova, Gora, Moscow, St. Petersburg. Small and big cities, we congratulate all who sent their paintings to this contest. We'd like to especially know that this year we had state cultural institutions who participated, libraries, museums, children's art schools in Sochi, Kemerovo region, Bashkortostan, Kazakhstan, Krasnoyarsk region, Asana, St. Petersburg. So we congratulate all participants of the art exhibition dedicated to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. And now I would like to invite all those who came here especially for the award ceremony, despite psychological, economical conditions. These attendees are here with us today, and I invite here Vornova Anastasia from Voronezh and Ratova Anna from Sevastopol, Kankova Evgenia from Moscow, Kirieva Kamila from Krasnodar, Kalishkina Maria from St. Petersburg. They came here to attend the award ceremony. We welcome you and award you the diplomas of the winners of the contest devoted to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Please, your applause to our winners. We wish you success. Be always happy, open-minded. The sun is shining for you, and the divine thought was manifested only for you. Being alive, to live, we are here today, happy and broadcast live, and we devote our art to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. May you be happy, successful, creative, and inspired. Thank you very much. Dear friends, the winners of the contest called adults and children together. We had to welcome the winner of the last year competition, Olga Drigova from St. Petersburg. We know that she bought tickets, but unfortunately her health conditions didn't let her come and be with us today. Dear Olga Drigval, we wish you the soonest recovery. We know that you are here with us online, and all the winners and the victories are your victory too. Among adults, the victory was won by a student of the Ural State University of Architecture and Art, Ksenia Sergeyeva, Yekaterinburg. Please welcome. I know that Ksenia is here with us online. Ksenia Sergeyeva is only 21 years old, and she is at university for studying as artist, monumentalist. She received the highest score from our jury. This work is not that bright and colorful as others, but this experience, spiritual experience, and the iconic kind of art and style impressed us a lot. Please, we award you with the diploma and a special present, the collection edition of Sacred Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. And the prize goes to Yekaterinburg, to our winner, Ksenia Sergeyeva.
Ksenia Sergeyeva,
Ksenia Sergeyeva, if you are here with us online, please connect.
Ksenia Sergeyeva.
Ksenia Sergeyeva. Yes, I'm here. I just can't understand how it works. Yes, I'm here. Hello. Hello, Ksenia. We're happy to welcome you. Could you tell us a couple of words? Is it your first participation in Elena Petrovna Blavatsky contest? This victory, was it unexpected? Yes, there were so many interesting pieces of art, and it was a pleasant, great surprise for me. I'm very happy. Thank you very much. I wish you all in the future success and inspiration, fruitful work. That's it. Ksenia, thank you very much. I know that, of course, you haven't studied the Sacred Doctrine yet, and we were thinking, what can we offer to our participants? What else but for our heart? And our heart is the Sacred Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Learn about cosmos, about nature, and you will be even more inspired in your artistic performance. Thank you very much. Thank you. Among children's work, we have the victory shared between two children. It's Violetta Galuria from Altai region, the Slavgorod city, and her portrait of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. I think we're going to see it now. Look attentively. Now you see it on your screen. It's a wonderful work, so refined and so spiritual. You're awarded with the diploma or the winner, and this present suitcase of the artist that will be helpful for you in your art activities. Your applause, please. Also, the victory in the context in children category goes to a little boy from wonderful faraway India, Akhil from India, Calcutta, and he's painting God Shiva. Akhil is the winner of our contest. Here you see his painting. It's so wonderful, bright, enchanting by its magic painting by Akhil Rahman. Some jury members told us that they could not help looking at it. They could not just stop admiring it, as magical as it is. Dear Rahman, you have a diploma of the winner and a special suitcase of the artist that will be sent to you to India right after the end of the Congress. Dear friends, here live online with us are the winners of the children contest, the children of Blavatsky. Violetta, are you with us? How are you? How is your mood? And how did you get the idea of making the portrait of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky? Hello. Hello, Altai region, Slavgorod city. It's very cold there, -10. And here in Sochi, it's quite warm, you know, and we're happy to see you. Hello, I'm from Slavgorod, and it's my first participation in such a contest of such a high level. And I thank the organizers for their accepting my work to participate in the international competition and for valuing it so high my work and the effort I put into creating the portrait of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. I tried so hard. Thank you very much. Violetta, thank you. A question: when you were making the portrait, what impressions, what feelings did you have from your own work, right in the process of creating it? Well, I was painting and I enjoyed the process. I think I did a good job finally. Yes, it was definitely a good job, and you become a winner of this contest. And now all the applause from all over the world is for you. Dear friends, we have a participant from India, dear Akhil Rahman. We are waiting for your impressions from this contest. Hello. India, Akhil Rahman, the winner of the contest, the art contest, Елена Petrovna Blavatsky, children of Blavatsky.
Evening.
Привет.
Hello.
Hello. Evening. Greetings from India.
Скажите, пожалуйста.
I'm 9 years old and I study in the 4th grade of Don Bosco School, Calcutta. I'm privileged that I have been chosen as one of the winners of the art competition. So I thank the Theosophical Society of Russia for this honor. Yes.
Дорогой Ахилл, большое спасибо.
Dear Akhil, thank you very much. Could you tell us, was it unexpected for you to win in such a contest, to become a winner?
Oh.
Большое тебе спасибо. Скажи, пожалуйста.
Thank you very much. Could you tell us, what could you wish to Russian boys and girls who also participated in this contest? Could you send us your wishes?
I'm sending love for them.
Ахилл, ты хотела бы приехать в Россию?
Akhil, would you like to come to Russia to visit us?
I like to meet them someday.
Однажды это случится. Мы будем тебя с папой с твоим.
I'm sure that one day it will happen, and one day we will meet you and your father. I know that he helps you a lot and he is there with you all the time. He didn't expect this victory, but I know that you could have come at our Congress, and maybe you could come in 2022 to Nizhny Novgorod. We will be waiting for you. Thank you very much. The applause for you from all over the world, and congratulations with this victory now and here for you, for our dear little guest from India. Thank you. Dear friends, this year we also had the arts and crafts works sent, and we have two winners who got the same number of score. The winner of the applied crafts is Maria Mukacheva from Ivanovo, the student of Ivanovo Technological University, majoring in ceramics and glassworks. Her work is the inner light, the sculpture of small forms made of ceramics, of porcelain, worked with liquid gold alloys. And the idea is that in every one of us, there is the light of creation, a light of art. And it's very important to keep it, to light it, not to hide it. Maria Mikhailova from Russia, we congratulate you. We award you with the diploma, and your present is The Secret Doctrine in 2 volumes by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. We wish you an interesting and fruitful study of this important work. The winner for the applied arts also Ence Samuel from Africa. Look on the screen, you see his work of metal, wonderful, dynamic, alive. It's the artist from Ghana, Africa. We see this installation work made of metals to create an imaginary vision of the elephant. The elephant, it's his name of his work in French, and we are happy to welcome you and to award you with a diploma and 2 volumes of The Secret Doctrine in English language that will be sent tomorrow to Ghana via post. Perceive the energies, study the secret doctrine, feel united with the universe. Dear friends, we have the winners here with us in direct live broadcast with us. So please, Maria, could you share your impressions? What could you tell us about the competition and your victory? Hello, dear participants of the conference, dear organizers. I was happy to participate in the contest, and for me, the victory was totally unexpected. I'm grateful for this high evaluation of my art, and I hope that all our efforts towards the ideas of humanism and moral values will inspire artists and sculptors for many, many years and centuries from all over the world. Thank you very much, Maria. This is how the 6th race comes into the world, and it looks so natural. Isn't it amazing? This victory is absolutely merited. The inner light, Marina Mukhachova. And now we have Ansi from faraway Africa. Ansi, your energy is invincible. All jury was unanimous to give you the victory for your elephant. And how did you get the idea to participate in this competition? Could you share with us?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy to be with you today. I got this inspiration, it's like an imagination. Usually I create works from imagination. So I felt like creating an elephant using metal scraps to make an installation artwork, whereby I had the vision. Let's say I got the vision in my head creatively, and voila, I made that art piece. In fact, I didn't even dream of even winning this contest in the applied art session, because at first I thought maybe I won't even win. But with grace being on my side, I got to win this work, and I'm really happy. And I thank the organizers of the award, and I say kudos to them. Kudos to them. Good job. Good job.
Дорогой Энси, огромное спасибо.
Dear Nancy, thank you very much. If you have such a great imagination, it means in the thin plane, the spiritual plane, you saw it happening. You're practically made a metal image, a symbol of a divine mind, elephant as a divine mind or wisdom. They are practically symbols of this wonderful work by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Dear Nancy, could you tell us what could you wish to the Russian winner, Maria, who shared this victory with you?
Оля, переводчик, переведи чуть громче. Ты тихо говоришь. Чуть громче.
Nancy, could you hear us? The question was, dear Nancy, what could you wish to the winner from Russia, Maria? Our applause to Nancy, to South Africa, Ghana. We thank all the winners and wish them success and luck on their creative path. Very soon we will publish the album with their works and we congratulate all of them. Dear friends, the next competition is poetic competition. Elena Petrovna Blavatsky by name, which is held for the third time. It is our good tradition. Nowadays we had more than 80 authors from 15 countries, 44 cities of the Russian Federation. From the US, Turkey, Pakistan, Jamaica, South Africa, Haiti, India, Cameroon, Nigeria, Colombia, France. Our cities of the Russian Federation and our nearest neighboring countries, Tashkent, Uzbekistan, the Ukraine, Belarus, Gorodetsk, Kommunar, Pitushki, Arzamas, Belgorod, Tashet, Domodedovo, Kiev, Lipetsk, Rostov-on-Don, Rostov, Ryazan, Selo Abramovo, Sakhalin region, Staroyuryevo village, Staroslav, Smolensk, Tashok, Ulyana, Chernogorsk, Yaroslavl, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Sochi. We thank all the poets who sent us their poetry, their lyrics, and participated in our context, who dedicated their art to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. We have chosen several authors. Elena Avtomonova from Kiev, Margarita Meshkova, devoted to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, Adam DeFranco from the United States of America, Ojo Victory from Nigeria, Zelena Sarev from Turkey, Ekaterina Lebedeva from Moscow, the Creative Union from St. Petersburg, Igor African from Moscow, Shauryan Chaukar from India, Catalina from Colombia. But the first place was given to the only one poetry. The universe talks to you. Please welcome the winner of the International Poetry Competition devoted to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, Andrei Yarovoy, Sevastopol. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. We see that you would like to say a couple of words. Let's give you this opportunity. Yes, let me greet all the participants and thank the organizers for their high estimation of my modest work, my modest input. For me, it is very important to participate and to devote my art to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. This knowledge, this work, this inspiration for us, for our future. And since we are talking today about all these philosophical matters, we understand that future is important, yet we cannot forget our past. We should mind our everyday spiritual life. And I thank you for this opportunity. Andrei Yarovoy, Sevastopol. Our applause. Thank you very much. Dear friends, according to the conditions of the context, the poetry should be pronounced here.
The universe communicates with you, able to understand the randomness of the meaning. Everyone has their own dictionary of the universe, taking into account the experience of life of understanding, snatches of phrases and laughter that once stop, a simple plot of an unforgettable painting. Hints can say a lot. To the one who is waiting for an answer from the universe, to the one who agreed to feel that you are in harmony with perfect nature, someone who learned to manage by energies of inspired thought. Not everyone is given a last to know themselves and to pass the secret exam, the right to be a creator and to receive lessons from the creator of the universe. The universe communicates with you, appealing to the reasonableness of the undoubted. The dictionary of the universe, wise and simple, is suggested for frank communication. As you know, as we read these deep, heartfelt
то невольно
lines of the
представляешь,
inner world, we involuntarily imagine H.P. Blavatsky, who is communicating with everyone as the universe. Dear friends, your applause to all winners of all our competitions, and a particular congratulations for all participants of the
трансляция. 27 стран,
live
многие города
the
Российской
world. Many cities of the Russian Federation are congratulated by the ensemble of violinists, first-class virtuosos, Shmelov's Children's Music School of Sochi. Teacher, Rubleva Yelena Vladimirovna, concertmaster, Oganisyan Maria Ganesovna, Rima Glushkova, Mazurka, the laureate of international competitions, violinists, virtuosos, Sochi.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you so much. The great ensemble. Congratulations. Due to this great congratulation, wish you luck on your courageous way. Be inspired and think together with us for the better in future. Applause goes to you.
Уважаемые делегаты и
Dear
участники,
delegates and participants of the Congress, we thank everyone who was with us today for the fruitful joint work. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Moscow time, the 5th International Theosophical Congress will continue its work. We will hear interesting reports from our delegates from India, United Kingdom, Ukraine, Portugal, as well as scientists and theosophists from Russia, Moscow, St. Petersburg. Within the framework of the scientific symposium, the round table, the Secret Doctrine will
это совместная работа с
The
российскими
Secret Doctrine, the Book of the Third Millennium, joint work with Russian and foreign scientists and theosophists, discussion of stanza 1, sloka 4, volume 1 of the Secret Doctrine by H.P. Blavatsky. See you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Moscow time. You can join the same link in live. Please be with us. See you.